King David, a name etched in legend, a warrior, a poet, a king. But even legends grow old. David, in his twilight years, was a shadow of his former self. The vigor that had won him countless battles had faded. The warmth of his body, once a comforting presence, had grown cold. The kingdom felt it too. A sense of uncertainty hung in the air, heavy and oppressive. The whispers started subtly. Who would inherit the throne? Who would guide Israel after their beloved king was gone? The answer, it seemed, was not so clear. David had many sons, each with their own ambitions and desires. And in the heart of this uncertainty, a storm was brewing. A storm of ambition, betrayal, and brotherly rivalry. Adonijah, David's fourth son, was a man of striking presence. His charisma and physical appearance made him stand out among his peers. Tall and handsome, he exuded an air of confidence that bordered on arrogance. His demeanor was one of someone who believed he was destined for greatness. He saw David's frailty, felt the kingdom's unease, and a desire ignited within him. The sight of his aging father, the once mighty king now weakened, stirred something deep inside him. It was his birthright, he believed, to be king. The throne, he thought, was his by divine right and destiny. He envisioned himself as the rightful ruler, bringing a new era of prosperity. He gathered allies, men hungry for power and influence. These were not just any men, but influential figures who saw in Adonijah a chance to elevate their own status. Joab, the commander of the army, a seasoned warrior with a ruthless streak, pledged his support. Joab's loyalty was a significant boost, as his military prowess was well known and respected. Abiathar, a powerful priest, added religious weight to Adonijah's claim. With the backing of such a high-ranking religious figure, Adonijah's bid for the throne seemed almost divinely sanctioned. Their preparations were swift and secretive. They knew that time was of the essence, and any delay could jeopardize their plans. A feast was arranged, sacrifices prepared. This was not just a celebration, but a strategic move to solidify support and demonstrate their readiness to take control. Adonijah, blinded by ambition, failed to see the whispers of dissent, the murmurs of disapproval echoing through the palace walls. His focus on the throne made him oblivious to the growing unrest. He was too focused on the throne to notice the storm gathering against him. The very allies he trusted were beginning to question his judgment, sensing the potential for conflict and chaos. Nathan, the prophet, had always been a trusted advisor to King David. Wise and perceptive, he saw the danger lurking in Adonijah's actions. He saw the kingdom teetering on the brink of chaos, ready to be plunged into darkness. He sought out Bathsheba, Solomon's mother. A woman of remarkable beauty and intelligence, Bathsheba carried herself with quiet dignity. She loved her son fiercely and recognized the threat to his rightful inheritance. Together, they formed a plan, a desperate gambit to counter Adonijah's brazen power grab. They knew time was of the essence. Each passing moment brought Adonijah closer to seizing the throne and with it, the destiny of Israel. Nathan, a master of words and timing, approached David. He knew that the king's heart was heavy with the weight of his years and the burdens of his reign. Nathan's steps were deliberate, each one echoing the gravity of the message he bore. He had to be careful, for the king's trust was a fragile thing, easily shattered by the wrong word or a misplaced intention. He planted seeds of doubt, reminding the aged king of his promise to Bathsheba that Solomon would succeed him. Nathan's voice was steady, each word chosen to pierce through the fog of the king's memories. He spoke of the sacred vow, the solemn promise made in the quiet chambers of the palace, a promise that now seemed threatened by the ambitions of another. He painted a picture of Adonijah's actions, not as a celebration, but as a calculated usurpation of power. Nathan described the feasts, the gatherings, the secret meetings held under the guise of festivity. He spoke of the whispers in the corridors, the knowing glances exchanged by those who sought to curry favor with the would-be king. Bathsheba, her voice laced with controlled emotion, echoed Nathan's concerns. She approached the king with a mixture of reverence and urgency, her eyes reflecting the depth of her worry. Her words were a mirror to Nathan's, but they carried the weight of a mother's love and a queen's duty. She reminded David of his love for Solomon, his wisdom and his gentle heart. She spoke of the boy who had grown into a man under the king's watchful eye, a man who embodied the virtues that David held dear. Her voice trembled slightly as she recounted the moments of tenderness and teaching, the times when Solomon had shown his potential to be a just and wise ruler. She appealed to his sense of justice, his duty to protect his kingdom from division and strife. Bathsheba's plea was not just for her son, but for the future of the realm. She spoke of the dangers of a divided kingdom, the chaos that would ensue if the rightful heir was denied his throne. Her words were a call to action, a reminder of the king's responsibility to his people. David listened, his frail hand gripping the armrest of his throne. His eyes, though clouded with age, were sharp with understanding. He could feel the weight of their words, the truth that lay beneath their concerns. The king's mind raced, sifting through memories and promises, weighing the consequences of inaction. He could see the truth in their words. The images painted by Nathan and Bathsheba were vivid in his mind, each one a testament to the brewing storm that threatened his kingdom. He knew that the time for decisive action had come, that he could no longer afford to be a passive observer in the drama unfolding around him. Adonijah, in his haste, had shown his true colours, his ambition overriding any sense of loyalty or honour. The young prince's actions were a stark contrast to the values that David had tried to instill in his children. Adonijah's ambition was a dangerous thing, a force that could tear the kingdom apart if left unchecked. David, despite his weakened state, was no fool. He had seen the rise and fall of many, had navigated the treacherous waters of power and politics for decades. His body may have been frail, but his mind was as sharp as ever. He knew what needed to be done to secure the future of his kingdom. He would not let his kingdom be torn apart. With a resolve that belied his physical weakness, David made his decision. He would act to ensure that Solomon, the rightful heir, would ascend to the throne. The king's duty was clear, and he would fulfill it no matter the cost. Section 5. The lioness protects her cub. David summoned his most trusted advisors, Zadok the priest, a man of unwavering faith, and Benaiah, a mighty warrior fiercely loyal to David, stood ready to fulfill the king's command. "Bring me Solomon," David declared, his voice regaining its old strength. He would not allow Adonijah's treachery to stand. Solomon, his chosen heir, would be crowned king. Word spread through the palace like wildfire. The air crackled with anticipation and a hint of fear. Adonijah's supporters, drunk on false hope and stolen wine, trembled at the news. Their carefully constructed illusion of power began to crumble. Solomon, young and untested, but possessing a wisdom beyond his years, arrived at his father's side. He listened intently as David, his voice weak but filled with resolve, laid out his instructions. "Ride on my own mule," David commanded, to Gihon. "There, Zadok the priest and Nathan the prophet shall anoint you king over Israel and Judah." His words, imbued with the weight of his authority, left no room for doubt. Solomon, humbled by his father's trust, accepted the responsibility thrust upon him. He knew the challenges that lay ahead, the weight of the kingdom resting on his young shoulders, but he also knew, deep in his heart, that he was chosen for this destiny. The procession to Gihon was one of both celebration and trepidation. Solomon, atop David's royal mule, was a symbol of hope for some, a threat to others. The people lined the streets, their faces a mixture of curiosity, excitement and apprehension. At Gihon, by the spring, the anointing ceremony commenced. Zadok, with trembling hands, poured the sacred oil over Solomon's head, consecrating him as the rightful king. The air vibrated with the chanting of prayers and the blast of trumpets. Word of Solomon's anointing reached Adonijah and his supporters, shattering their revelry. Fear replaced their arrogance as they realized the gravity of their miscalculation. The throne, so close within their grasp, was now forever beyond their reach. Panic gripped Adonijah's followers. The guests, sensing the shift in power, began to disperse like leaves scattered by the wind. Their promises of loyalty, offered so freely just moments ago, evaporated into thin air. Adonijah, stripped of his illusions, fled to the sanctuary of the tabernacle, clinging to the horns of the altar in a desperate plea for mercy. His ambition had brought him to the brink of power, only to leave him trembling in fear. The news of Adonijah's actions reached Solomon. He, in his wisdom, understood the delicate balance of power. He offered his brother clemency for now. If he shows himself a worthy man, Solomon declared, not a hair of his head will fall to the ground. With Solomon's ascension to the throne, peace returned to the kingdom. The people of Israel, who had long endured the trials and tribulations of a turbulent era, now looked forward to a time of stability and growth. Solomon's wisdom and fairness were renowned, and his subjects believed that under his rule, justice would prevail and prosperity would flourish. David's final days were spent in the comforting knowledge that his legacy, his beloved Israel, was in capable hands. Surrounded by his family and loyal followers, he imparted his final words of wisdom to Solomon, ensuring that the values and principles he held dear would continue to guide the kingdom. His heart was at peace, knowing that his son would carry forward the torch of leadership with honor and integrity. He died content, his life's journey complete. The kingdom mourned the loss of a great leader, but they also celebrated the dawn of a new era under Solomon's reign. The burial ceremony was a solemn yet hopeful occasion, marking the end of one chapter and the beginning of another. Solomon, guided by his father's wisdom and his own innate understanding, would lead Israel into a golden age of peace and prosperity. His reign was marked by significant achievements in governance, trade and culture. He established strong alliances with neighboring nations, ensuring the security and economic growth of Israel. His court became a center of learning and innovation, attracting scholars and artisans from far and wide. He would build the temple, a testament to his faith and a symbol of unity for his people. The construction of the temple was a monumental task, involving thousands of workers and the finest materials. It stood as a beacon of spiritual devotion and a place where the people of Israel could come together to worship and find solace. The events surrounding Solomon's rise to power serve as a timeless reminder of the complexities of human ambition and the enduring power of divine will. His journey to the throne was fraught with challenges and opposition, yet he remained steadfast in his faith and purpose. The intricate dance of political maneuvering and divine intervention shaped his path, illustrating the delicate balance between human effort and divine destiny. It is a story of intrigue and betrayal, of loyalty and courage, and ultimately of a kingdom's destiny shaped by the will of God. The legacy of Solomon's reign is a testament to the power of faith, wisdom, and the unwavering belief in a higher purpose. His story continues to inspire and remind us that in the grand tapestry of history, the will of God prevails. King David, a man after God's own heart, was nearing the end of his days. His body, weary from battles and the weight of leadership, prepared for its final rest, yet his spirit remained strong, his mind sharp with wisdom gained through a lifetime of victories and failures. He knew his time to lead Israel was ending, and soon his son Solomon would take the throne. Summoning Solomon to his side, David shared his final words, words heavy with love, responsibility, and the weight of a kingdom's future. David's final charge to Solomon was simple yet profound. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you. He emphasized the importance of obedience to God's laws, reminding Solomon that the key to a successful reign lay in following God's path. He stressed that true strength and courage come not from military might, but from a heart submitted to God's will. David's voice, though weak, resonated with the gravity of his words. He knew the challenges Solomon would face, the temptations that would lure him, and the enemies that would rise against him. He wanted to equip his son with the most powerful weapon he possessed, unwavering faith in God. He urged Solomon to find his strength in the Lord, to seek his guidance in every decision, and to rule with justice and righteousness. David's final words weren't just for Solomon, they were a timeless message echoing through generations. a reminder that true leadership finds its foundation in obedience and trust in God. They were the whispers of a father's heart, passing on a legacy of faith and courage to his son, the future king of Israel. Beyond general principles, David also gave Solomon specific instructions regarding individuals who posed potential threats to his rule or who deserved special consideration. He spoke of Joab, the commander of his army, a man of great military prowess, but also of unchecked ambition and ruthlessness. David instructed Solomon to deal with Joab, not with haste, but with wisdom, ensuring that justice was served for the blood Joab had shed without proper cause. Then David spoke of Barzillai the Gileadite, a loyal friend who had supported David during Absalom's rebellion. He urged Solomon to show kindness to Barzillai's sons, welcoming them to his table in gratitude for their father's unwavering loyalty. This act of kindness exemplified the importance of remembering and rewarding faithfulness, even across generations. Finally, David addressed the matter of Shimei, the Benjaminite who had cursed David during his flight from Absalom. David, in his wisdom and mercy, had pardoned Shimei. However, he warned Solomon about Shimei's treacherous nature, urging him to be watchful and act wisely, keeping in mind both justice and mercy. David's death cast a long shadow over Israel. While the people mourned their beloved king, a storm was brewing. Adonijah, one of David's older sons, saw an opportunity to seize the throne. Ignoring David's clear declaration that Solomon would succeed him, Adonijah rallied supporters, including Joab, the army commander, and Abiathar, a powerful priest. Adonijah's plan was audacious. He held a lavish feast, inviting influential figures, hoping to garner their support and proclaim himself king. He believed that by acting swiftly and decisively, he could secure the throne before Solomon could consolidate his power. He underestimated the loyalty of David's closest advisors and the swiftness of Solomon's response. News of Adonijah's actions reached Solomon, who was now king. Summoning Nathan the prophet and Zadok, a faithful priest, Solomon devised a plan to counter this direct challenge to his rightful place as king. He acted decisively, sending messengers to Gihon, where Zadok the priest was to anoint him king, publicly solidifying his claim to the throne. The sound of trumpets pierced the air as Solomon was anointed king at Gihon. The proclamation echoed through the city of Jerusalem, reaching the ears of Adonijah and his guests, who were still celebrating their supposed victory. The news struck them like a thunderbolt, their joy turning to fear and confusion. Adonijah's rebellion had been thwarted before it truly began. Fearful of Solomon's wrath, Adonijah fled to the tabernacle, desperately seeking sanctuary by clinging to the horns of the altar. Solomon, demonstrating both wisdom and mercy, offered Adonijah a pardon, but warned him that any further treachery would be met with swift and decisive justice. This act showcased Solomon's willingness to forgive, but also his unwavering resolve to protect his throne and maintain order in the kingdom. Solomon turned his attention to Abiathar, the priest who had sided with Adonijah. Abiathar's betrayal cut deep, as he had been a close confidant of David. However, Solomon recognized the danger of having such a powerful religious figure oppose his rule. He stripped Abiathar of his priestly duties and banished him to Anathoth, his ancestral home. While Solomon's judgment may seem harsh, it was rooted in a desire to prevent future uprisings and maintain stability within the kingdom. He understood the influence Abiathar wielded and knew that allowing him to remain in Jerusalem could sow discord and undermine his authority. Section 6. Dealing with Joab's treachery. Joab, the cunning and ruthless commander of David's army, posed a significant threat to Solomon's rule. Joab had been a loyal servant to David, but his loyalty was fiercely independent, often putting him at odds with David's wishes. He had aligned himself with Adonijah's rebellion, further solidifying Solomon's belief that Joab's ambition could not be left unchecked. Following his father's instructions, Solomon confronted Joab. He reminded Joab of his past deeds, specifically the murders of Abner and Amasa, which were done out of self-preservation rather than for the good of the kingdom. Solomon recognized Joab's military prowess, but also understood that his thirst for power and disregard for justice made him a dangerous element within his court. Joab, sensing the danger, sought refuge in the tabernacle, clinging to the horns of the altar, much like Adonijah had done. However, Solomon, bound by his father's charge and his duty to render justice, ordered Joab's execution. Joab's death sent a clear message that disloyalty and disregard for justice, even from those in high positions, would not be tolerated. Section 7. Shimei's punishment and forgiveness. Shimei, the Benjaminite who had cursed David, remained a concern for Solomon. While David had pardoned Shimei, he warned Solomon to be wary of him. Solomon, honoring his father's wisdom, summoned Shimei and placed restrictions on his movement, confining him to Jerusalem. He warned Shimei that leaving the city would be considered an act of treason, punishable by death. For a time, Shimei obeyed Solomon's command. However, he soon grew restless. When 2 of his slaves escaped, Shimei disregarded Solomon's order and left Jerusalem to retrieve them. This act of defiance, a direct violation of the king's command, sealed his fate. Solomon, demonstrating his commitment to justice and upholding his word, ordered Shimei's execution. Shimei's story serves as a stark reminder that forgiveness, while freely given, does not negate the consequences of one's actions. Section 8. A king secured, Solomon's wise rule. With potential threats to his throne neutralized, Solomon's reign began in earnest. He consolidated his power, establishing a firm grip on the kingdom. He reorganized the army, appointed loyal officials, and strengthened alliances with neighboring nations. His wisdom and discernment, evident in his handling of the challenges posed by Adonijah, Abiathar, Joab, and Shimei, solidified his authority and earned him the respect of his people. Solomon's reign marked a time of peace and prosperity for Israel. He expanded the kingdom's borders, established trade routes, and oversaw ambitious building projects, including the construction of the magnificent temple in Jerusalem, a testament to his devotion to God and a lasting symbol of his reign. Section 9. Fulfilling a father's dying wish. Solomon's actions, though decisive and at times severe, were ultimately guided by the principles instilled in him by his father, David. He balanced justice with mercy, demonstrating his willingness to forgive those who repented while holding those who threatened the stability of the kingdom accountable for their actions. By heeding his father's final instructions, Solomon not only secured his own rule, but also fulfilled David's dying wish to see the throne of Israel remain strong and the kingdom prosper under the guidance of a wise and just ruler. Solomon's reign became a testament to the enduring power of a father's love and the importance of obedience to God's law.
King Solomon inherited a vast kingdom from his father, King David. He was young, but he was ambitious and eager to lead his people. Pharaoh, the ruler of Egypt, saw promise in Solomon and forged a powerful alliance with him. This alliance was sealed with a precious gift, Pharaoh's own daughter as Solomon's wife. Solomon, in his early reign, demonstrated a keen understanding of diplomacy and strategy. He knew that strong alliances were crucial for the prosperity and security of Israel. He maintained peace with neighboring kingdoms, fostering trade and cultural exchange. Despite his youth, Solomon possessed a maturity beyond his years. He understood that true strength lay not just in military might, but also in wise alliances and strategic partnerships. These early decisions set the stage for a reign marked by peace and prosperity. Solomon's heart was devoted to the God of his father David. He revered the Lord and followed his decrees diligently. He understood the weight of his lineage, the legacy of his father, a man after God's own heart. Solomon knew that his reign was not just about earthly power, but also about honoring the divine covenant. He continued the tradition of worship, upholding the laws and commandments that God had given to Moses. Solomon's faith was not a mere formality, it was the bedrock of his leadership. He believed that true kingship came from acknowledging God's sovereignty. This deep-rooted faith guided Solomon's actions and decisions. He sought God's guidance in all matters, recognizing that human wisdom is limited. Solomon's unwavering commitment to God set a powerful example for his people, inspiring them to live righteously. Early in his reign, Solomon journeyed to Gibeon, a significant religious site, to offer sacrifices to the Lord. He understood the importance of seeking God's favor and guidance, especially at the beginning of his reign. At Gibeon, he offered 1,000 burnt offerings, demonstrating his deep reverence and seeking God's blessings. That night, God appeared to Solomon in a dream. Imagine the young king asleep under the vast desert sky, his dreams filled with the smoke of sacrifice. Suddenly awakened by the voice of God, this was no ordinary dream, it was a divine encounter that would shape Solomon's destiny. God addressed Solomon, "Ask, what shall I give you?" The question echoed through Solomon's mind, heavy with the weight of responsibility and opportunity. In that moment, Solomon had to choose what truly mattered, what would define his reign. Solomon could have asked for anything: long life, wealth beyond measure, victory over his enemies. These were the desires of ordinary men, the pursuits of power-hungry kings. Yet Solomon's heart yearned for something more profound, something that transcended earthly desires. "Give your servant an understanding heart to judge your people, that I may discern between good and evil," Solomon pleaded. He recognized his own limitations, his human fallibility, and acknowledged that true leadership required something greater than himself. Solomon's request revealed the depth of his character. He sought not personal gain, but the ability to govern with justice and fairness. He understood that the well-being of his people depended on his ability to make wise and righteous judgments. God's abundant blessings. In the annals of history, few stories shine as brightly as that of Solomon, the wise king of Israel. God was greatly pleased with Solomon's request. Solomon, in his humility, did not ask for wealth or power. It was a request that reflected a heart after God's own heart, a heart that sought wisdom to lead his people justly, a heart that prioritized justice, compassion, and the well-being of others. Solomon's desire was to be a fair and righteous ruler. God recognized the purity of Solomon's intentions, his genuine desire to serve his people with wisdom and integrity. God responded to Solomon, saying, "Because you have asked this thing, and have not asked long life for yourself, nor have asked riches for yourself, nor have asked the life of your enemies, but have asked for yourself understanding to discern justice. Behold, I have done according to your word. I have given you a wise and understanding heart, so that there has not been anyone like you before you, nor shall any like you arise after you." God granted Solomon's request, blessing him with unparalleled wisdom. But God's generosity didn't end there. He also bestowed upon Solomon riches and honor that surpassed any king before him. God's blessings were overflowing, a testament to the power of seeking wisdom above all else. Solomon's reign was marked by peace and prosperity, a direct result of his wise and discerning heart. His wisdom became renowned throughout the lands, attracting leaders and scholars from far and wide. They came to witness the wisdom that God had so generously bestowed upon him. Solomon's story is a powerful reminder of the blessings that come from seeking wisdom and understanding above all else. And in doing so, he not only gained wisdom, but also the favor and abundant blessings of God. He also bestowed upon Solomon riches and honor that surpassed any king before him. God's blessings were overflowing, a testament to the power of seeking wisdom above all else. Solomon's legacy continues to inspire, reminding us of the boundless blessings that come from a heart aligned with divine wisdom. Section 6. The wisdom to discern justice. One day, two women approached King Solomon, both claiming to be the mother of the same infant child. Their faces were etched with worry and determination, each woman holding on to the hope that the king would rule in her favor. They stood before the king, their voices filled with desperation and anguish, each one pleading her case, each one convinced of her own truth. The tension in the room was palpable, as everyone present could feel the gravity of the situation. The court fell silent, the weight of the dilemma heavy in the air. The onlookers held their breath, waiting to see how the wise king would resolve such a heart-wrenching dispute. Solomon listened intently as the women presented their conflicting stories. He observed their expressions, their tones, and the sincerity in their eyes, searching for any clue that might reveal the truth. Each woman's claim seemed plausible. There were no witnesses, no evidence to support either side. It was a situation where the truth was obscured by the intensity of their emotions and the lack of concrete proof. It was a classic case of he said, she said, a situation that could easily lead to a miscarriage of justice. The people in the court looked on with conflicted expressions, worried about the potential outcome. Solomon, in his God-given wisdom, devised a plan. He knew that the true mother would reveal herself through her actions rather than her words. He called for a sword and declared, "Divide the living child in two and give half to one and half to the other." His command was shocking, a test designed to unmask the genuine mother. His words shocked the courtroom, but behind his seemingly harsh decree lay a profound insight into human nature. Solomon's wisdom was not just in his knowledge, but in his deep understanding of the human heart. Section 7. A king of justice and wisdom. The woman whose child was alive cried out in anguish, "Oh, my lord, give her the living child and by no means kill him." Her maternal instincts, her deep love for her child, overrode any desire for personal victory. She would rather see her child live with another than witness his death. The other woman, hardened and unmoved by the thought of the child's demise, coldly replied, "Let it be neither mine nor yours, but divide it." Her words exposed the truth, revealing the absence of genuine maternal love, the lack of empathy that only a stranger could possess. Solomon, through his unconventional judgment, had successfully unmasked the truth. He immediately ordered the child to be given to the woman who showed true compassion, recognizing her as the true mother. His wisdom had ensured that justice prevailed. Section 8. The legacy of Solomon's wisdom. News of Solomon's wisdom spread far and wide, reaching the corners of the known world. His reputation as a wise and just ruler was unparalleled. People marveled at his ability to discern truth and render just judgments. His decisions were seen as divinely inspired, bringing peace and resolution to conflict. He became renowned not just for his wealth or his military prowess, but for his extraordinary wisdom. His counsel was sought by many, and his words were treasured like gold. Kings and queens from distant lands sought his counsel, eager to learn from his insights. They traveled great distances, braving deserts and seas to hear his words of wisdom. Under Solomon's reign, Israel experienced a golden age of peace and prosperity. The land flourished and the people thrived, living in harmony and abundance. His wisdom extended beyond the courtroom, influencing his decisions in matters of governance, trade, and diplomacy. He established fair laws and promoted justice throughout the land. He built magnificent structures, expanded the kingdom's borders, and established trade relations with far-off lands. His architectural achievements were a testament to his vision and leadership. Solomon's reign became the embodiment of wisdom and justice. His legacy was not just in the physical structures he built, but in the principles of fairness and righteousness he upheld. His story served as a powerful reminder that true leadership is rooted not in power or wealth, but in the pursuit of wisdom, the courage to seek God's guidance, and the unwavering commitment to justice and righteousness. His life and reign continue to inspire generations, reminding us of the timeless value of wisdom and integrity. Section 9. Seeking wisdom in our own lives. Solomon's story is a timeless testament to the enduring power of wisdom. It reminds us that true wisdom is not about accumulating knowledge or mastering skills, but about seeking understanding, exercising discernment, and making choices that are aligned with righteousness and compassion. In our own lives, we face countless decisions, big and small. We navigate complex relationships, strive for success in our chosen fields, and grapple with ethical dilemmas. In these moments, Solomon's example beckons us to seek wisdom above all else. Like Solomon, we can choose to prioritize understanding, to cultivate discernment, and to make choices that reflect our deepest values. By seeking wisdom, we can lead more fulfilling lives, build stronger relationships, and contribute to a more just and compassionate world. King Solomon was the son of King David. He ruled the kingdom of Israel. Solomon is known for his wisdom. He prayed for wisdom and God granted it. Solomon's reign was a time of peace and prosperity. He built the temple in Jerusalem. This was a place for people to worship God. Solomon's wisdom was known throughout the land. King Solomon had many officials who helped him rule. These officials were responsible for different parts of the kingdom. They helped to ensure that everything ran smoothly. One important official was the priest. The priest was in charge of the temple. He made sure that the people could worship God. Another important official was the scribe. The scribe kept records for the kingdom. Solomon divided his kingdom into 12 districts. He appointed a governor for each district. These governors were responsible for collecting taxes. They also had to provide food for the king and his court. The governors were like local leaders. They reported back to King Solomon. They helped to keep the kingdom organized. The system of 12 districts ensured that all parts of the kingdom were cared for. King Solomon's kingdom was very wealthy. He had a lot of food and supplies. Every day, his provisions included a large amount of flour. He also received a large quantity of oil. Solomon had many animals for food. He had cattle, sheep, and deer. He also had birds, such as chickens and geese. The kingdom was prosperous under Solomon's rule. King Solomon was known for his wisdom. His reputation for being a wise and fair ruler spread far and wide, reaching the corners of the ancient world. People marveled at his ability to make just decisions and sought his counsel on matters both trivial and significant. People came from all over to hear his wisdom. From distant lands and neighboring kingdoms, they traveled long distances, braving harsh terrains and unpredictable weather just to seek an audience with the wise king. Merchants, scholars, and even other rulers would come to his court, hoping to gain insight and guidance. He could judge fairly and solve difficult problems. His courtroom was a place where justice was served and disputes were settled with unparalleled wisdom. Solomon's ability to listen carefully and discern the truth made him a revered figure. His judgments were not only fair but also compassionate, taking into account the human element in every case. His wisdom was a gift from God. Solomon himself acknowledged that his extraordinary ability to govern and make wise decisions was not merely a result of his own intellect. He believed that his wisdom was a divine gift bestowed upon him by God in response to his humble prayer for an understanding heart to govern his people. One story tells of two women who both claimed to be the mother of a baby. This case was brought before Solomon, and it was a true test of his wisdom. The women were desperate, each insisting that the child was hers, and the tension in the courtroom was palpable. Solomon wisely suggested cutting the baby in half. This shocking proposal was not meant to be taken literally, but was a clever ploy to reveal the true mother. The court was stunned by his suggestion, and everyone waited with bated breath to see how the women would react. The real mother immediately offered to give up the baby rather than see it harmed. Her genuine love and selflessness were evident, as she could not bear the thought of her child being hurt. This act of sacrifice was exactly what Solomon had anticipated, and it revealed the true mother's identity. This showed Solomon who the real mother was. He then ordered the baby to be given to the woman who had shown such profound love and compassion. This judgment not only resolved the dispute but also highlighted Solomon's unparalleled wisdom and his deep understanding of human nature. His ability to see beyond the surface and discern the truth made him a legendary figure, whose wisdom continues to be celebrated to this day. Section 6. The Queen of Sheba's Visit. This is a tale of curiosity, wisdom, and the meeting of two great minds from distant lands. The Queen of Sheba, a monarch of great renown and wealth, heard about Solomon's unparalleled wisdom and the grandeur of his kingdom. Intrigued and eager to see if the tales were true, she decided to embark on a journey that would be remembered for centuries. She traveled a great distance to meet him, crossing vast deserts and enduring the harsh conditions of the journey. Her caravan was a sight to behold, filled with attendants, camels, and a plethora of gifts. She brought with her spices, the finest and most exotic that her land had to offer. These spices were not just gifts, but symbols of her kingdom's wealth and prosperity. Along with the spices, she brought gold, a treasure that glittered in the sunlight, and precious stones, each one more dazzling than the last. These gifts were meant to honor Solomon and to show the depth of her respect and admiration. Upon meeting Solomon, the Queen of Sheba was immediately struck by his wisdom. His reputation had not been exaggerated. He was indeed a man of great intellect and insight. She was amazed by the depth of his knowledge and the clarity of his thoughts. She asked him many questions, testing his wisdom on various matters. These were not simple queries, but complex and challenging ones, designed to probe the limits of his understanding. Solomon answered all her questions wisely, with patience and eloquence. His responses were not only accurate, but also profound, reflecting his deep understanding of the world and its workings. She was impressed by his wealth and his kingdom. The splendor of his palace, the organization of his court, and the prosperity of his people all spoke volumes about his capabilities as a ruler. It was clear that Solomon's wisdom extended beyond mere words. It was evident in the way he governed his land. The Queen of Sheba returned to her own land full of admiration for Solomon. Her journey had been worthwhile, and she carried with her not just the memories of their conversations, but also a deep respect for the wise king. This visit marked a significant moment in history, a meeting of minds that transcended borders and cultures. Section 7, A Legacy of Wisdom. King Solomon's wisdom is still remembered today. His proverbs, found in the Bible, offer guidance on many aspects of life. They teach about wisdom, justice, and righteousness. Solomon's proverbs are short sayings. They teach important lessons. They are still relevant today. People can learn from Solomon's wisdom. Section 8, The Importance of Wisdom. Wisdom is important for everyone. It helps us make good decisions. It helps us to live a good life. Wisdom is more valuable than gold or silver. We should seek wisdom throughout our lives. We can learn wisdom from many sources. We can learn from our experiences. We can learn from the wisdom of others. We can also ask God for wisdom. Section 9, Solomon's enduring legacy. King Solomon's reign was a time of peace and prosperity. His kingdom flourished under his wise and just rule, becoming a beacon of stability in a tumultuous era. The cities were bustling with activity. The marketplaces were filled with goods from all over the world, and the people enjoyed a period of unprecedented tranquility. Solomon's ability to maintain peace and foster economic growth was a testament to his exceptional leadership skills. His wisdom was renowned throughout the land. Solomon was not just a ruler, he was a sage whose counsel was sought by leaders from distant lands. His court was a hub of intellectual activity where scholars and advisors gathered to discuss matters of state and philosophy. The king's decisions were often guided by his profound understanding of human nature and his deep sense of justice, making him a revered figure in his own time and beyond. He left behind a legacy of wisdom that is still relevant today. The teachings and proverbs attributed to Solomon have been passed down through generations, offering timeless insights into human behavior, ethics, and governance. His writings are studied by scholars and lay people alike, providing guidance on how to lead a life of integrity and purpose. The ancient libraries that housed his works were treasure troves of knowledge, preserving his thoughts for future generations. His story teaches us about the importance of wisdom, justice, and faith. Solomon's judgments were legendary, often cited as examples of fairness and insight. One of the most famous stories is that of the two women who came to him with a baby, each claiming to be the mother. Solomon's clever resolution of the dispute demonstrated his deep understanding of human nature and his commitment to justice. His reign exemplified the idea that true leadership is rooted in wisdom and compassion. Solomon's temple was a symbol of his faith. Built as a house of worship, it stood as a testament to his devotion to God and his desire to create a sacred space for his people. The temple was an architectural marvel, reflecting the grandeur and spiritual aspirations of the kingdom. Its construction involved the finest materials and the most skilled artisans, making it one of the most magnificent structures of the ancient world. It was a place where people could connect with God. The temple served as the spiritual heart of the nation, where individuals came to offer sacrifices, seek guidance, and find solace. It was a place of communal worship and personal reflection, fostering a sense of unity and shared purpose among the people. The rituals and ceremonies conducted there were integral to the religious life of the community, reinforcing their faith and cultural identity. Solomon's legacy continues to inspire people today. His teachings and achievements have left an indelible mark on history, influencing countless generations. Modern scholars and thinkers still turn to his works for wisdom and inspiration, finding relevance in his insights even in today's complex world. The enduring appeal of Solomon's legacy lies in its universal themes of wisdom, justice, and faith, which continue to resonate with people across cultures and eras. His story reminds us of the timeless value of these principles and the impact they can have on our lives and societies. David, the king who united Israel, yearned to build a temple for God. This was not just any temple, but a magnificent house of worship that would stand as a testament to their faith and devotion. David envisioned a grand structure, a place where the Ark of the Covenant, the sacred chest that held the tablets of the Ten Commandments, would reside. A place worthy of the Ark of the Covenant. This was to be a sanctuary, a holy place where the people of Israel could come to feel the presence of God. But God had other plans. He told David, "You have shed too much blood in battles. You are a warrior, and because of this, you will not be the one to build my house. Your son will build my house." David accepted God's will and turned his attention to preparing his son Solomon for this monumental task. He shared his vision with Solomon, instilling in him the importance of this sacred duty. Solomon, David's son, inherited this sacred task. He was young, but he was wise beyond his years, and he understood the significance of what lay ahead. Young and ambitious, he ruled a kingdom at peace. This period of tranquility provided the perfect opportunity to undertake such a grand project. It was time to fulfill his father's dream. Solomon spent countless hours contemplating the design and construction of the temple. He wanted it to be a masterpiece, a beacon of faith, a symbol of God's presence in their midst. The temple would be a beacon of faith, a symbol of God's presence in their midst. It would stand as a testament to the devotion and faith of the people of Israel. Solomon knew he couldn't do it alone. He gathered the best architects, builders, and craftsmen from across the land. He consulted with his advisors and sought the wisdom of those who had experience in such grand constructions. He needed resources, skilled craftsmen. The finest materials were sourced, and the most talented artisans were employed to ensure that the temple would be nothing short of magnificent. He turned to a powerful ally, his father's friend Hiram, the king of Tyre. Hiram provided Solomon with the cedar and cypress wood, as well as skilled laborers, to help bring this grand vision to life. Together, they embarked on a journey to create a temple that would stand for generations, a symbol of their faith and dedication to God. Tyre, a coastal city renowned for its maritime might, was a bustling hub of trade and culture. Its strategic location along the Mediterranean Sea made it a vital center for commerce and communication in the ancient world. The city was not only famous for its powerful navy, but also for its skilled artisans and builders, who were known far and wide for their craftsmanship. These master craftsmen and builders were the pride of Tyre. They were adept at working with various materials, creating structures that stood the test of time. Their expertise was particularly noted in the use of cedar wood, a material highly prized for its durability and beauty. The cedar wood from the forests of Lebanon was unmatched in quality. These majestic trees, towering high and strong, provided the perfect timber for construction. The people of Tyre had perfected the art of harvesting and working with this wood, making them the go-to experts for any grand building project. Recognizing their unparalleled skills, Solomon sent envoys to Hiram, the king of Tyre, with a heartfelt message. This message was not just a request, but a testament to the deep respect and friendship that existed between their two nations. The message began by acknowledging the loyalty and friendship Hiram had shown to Solomon's father, King David. "You were a loyal friend to my father, David," the message read, highlighting the strong bond that had been forged over the years. Solomon then made his request clear. "Now I, Solomon, ask for your help," he wrote, appealing to Hiram's sense of duty and friendship. Solomon's vision was grand, and he needed the best resources and craftsmen to bring it to life. "I plan to build a magnificent temple for the Lord our God," Solomon declared. This temple was to be a symbol of their faith and a testament to their devotion. It was a project of immense significance, not just for Solomon and his people, but for the entire region. To achieve this, Solomon needed the finest cedar wood from the forests of Lebanon. He requested Hiram to send the best timber, knowing that the quality of the wood would be crucial for the temple's construction. The transportation of these logs would be a massive undertaking involving ships and skilled workers. But Solomon's request did not end with timber. He also sought the expertise of Tyre's skilled artisans. These craftsmen were renowned for their ability to work with wood, stone, and metal, and their skills would be invaluable in the construction of the temple. Solomon needed men who could work alongside his own people, sharing their knowledge and expertise. This collaboration would not only ensure the success of the project, but also strengthen the bond between their two nations. This temple, Solomon believed, would be a testament to the enduring bond between their two kingdoms. It would stand as a symbol of their shared faith, mutual respect, and the collaborative spirit that had brought them together. Through this grand project, Solomon and Hiram would leave a lasting legacy for future generations. Hiram received Solomon's envoys warmly. The bonds of friendship ran deep. He listened intently to Solomon's request, his heart filled with admiration for the young king's vision. "Blessed be the Lord this day," Hiram replied, "for he has given David a wise son to rule over this great people." He agreed without hesitation to provide everything Solomon needed. He saw this not just as a request from a friend, but as a sacred duty, a chance to honor the God they both worshipped. A formal agreement was struck, a testament to the diplomacy of both kings. It was a pact built on mutual respect and shared faith. Hiram promised to send cedar and cypress logs down from Lebanon to the sea. Solomon, in return, pledged to provide Hiram with wheat and olive oil, sustenance for his people. It was a fair exchange, a testament to the peaceful relationship between the two nations. This temple, built on cooperation, would be a symbol of their enduring alliance. Section 5. The Cedars of Lebanon, a forest's journey. Deep in the mountains of Lebanon, the sound of axes echoed through the ancient forests. Towering cedar trees, prized for their strength and fragrance, were felled by Hiram's skilled lumberjacks. These were no ordinary trees. They would become pillars and beams, supporting the very heart of Solomon's temple. The logs were carefully shaped and marked, then tied together into massive rafts. Down the coast they floated, guided by skilled Tyrian sailors, their journey mirroring the flow of peace and cooperation between two kingdoms. Section 6. Masons and miners, the workforce of two kingdoms. The mountains of Israel echoed with the clang of hammers and chisels. Solomon conscripted laborers from among his own people. 30,000 men working in shifts toiled alongside Hiram's skilled artisans. From Tyre came the master craftsmen, renowned for their skill in stonework and carpentry. They brought with them the wisdom of generations, passed down from father to son, and from the depths of the earth other workers, miners, brought forth massive stones, quarried and shaped for the temple's foundation. Section 7. Years of toil, raising the temple stone by stone. This monumental task was not just a feat of engineering, but a labor of love and devotion. Each stone was meticulously placed, each worker driven by a sense of purpose and faith. Years turned into a decade, a testament to the sheer scale of the endeavor. The construction site was a hive of activity, with workers toiling day and night. The passage of time was marked by the steady progress of the temple rising from the ground. The temple rose slowly, stone upon stone, a testament to human toil and divine inspiration. Each stone was carefully selected and placed, ensuring the structure's stability and beauty. The workers' hands were guided by both skill and a higher power. The air was thick with the scent of cedarwood and the rhythmic chanting of workers. The cedarwood, known for its durability and fragrance, was a crucial material in the temple's construction. The workers' chants created a harmonious backdrop to their labor, infusing the site with a sense of sacred purpose. Inside, the work was even more intricate. Artisans dedicated themselves to crafting the temple's interior. Paying attention to every minute detail, their hands moved with precision, creating patterns and designs that would stand the test of time. Walls were overlaid with gold, reflecting the glory of God. The gold not only added to the temple's splendor, but also symbolized divine light and purity. Each application of gold was done with reverence, transforming the walls into a radiant testament to faith. Skilled artisans carved cherubim and palm trees, symbols of paradise, into the cedar wood. These carvings were more than decorative. They were imbued with spiritual significance, representing the connection between heaven and earth. The artisan's craftsmanship brought these symbols to life, adding depth and meaning to the temple's design. The temple was not just a building, it was a work of art, a symphony in stone and wood. Every element, from the grand structure to the smallest detail, was crafted with care and devotion. The temple stood as a testament to the human spirit's ability to create beauty and honor the divine. Section 8. A house for God, a symbol of peace. Finally, after 7 years of construction, Solomon's temple stood complete. It was a magnificent edifice, a fitting tribute to the God of Israel. Its fame spread far and wide, a testament to the vision of Solomon and the skill of Hiram's craftsmen. But more importantly, it stood as a beacon of peace. Built through cooperation, it symbolized the enduring bond between Israel and Tyre. The temple was a testament to what could be achieved when nations worked together, their differences set aside in pursuit of a common goal. Section 9. The enduring legacy of Solomon's temple. Solomon's temple would stand for centuries, a place of worship, a symbol of God's presence. It would be destroyed, rebuilt, and destroyed again, its story mirroring the tumultuous history of the Jewish people. But its legacy extends far beyond its physical form. It represents the power of cooperation, the potential for peace when nations choose dialogue over conflict. It reminds us that even the most ambitious dreams can be realized when we work together, united by a shared vision and a belief in something greater than ourselves. A king's vision, Solomon and the covenant. King Solomon, known for his unparalleled wisdom and immense wealth, was a figure of great significance in the history of Israel. His reign marked a golden era, a time of peace and prosperity, but beyond his material achievements, Solomon's spiritual legacy is what truly set him apart. King Solomon was the son of King David, the revered king who united the tribes of Israel and established Jerusalem as its capital. David's legacy was not just in his conquests and governance, but in his deep relationship with God. This relationship was solidified through a divine covenant. Solomon inherited not only his father's throne, but also his wisdom and wealth. His court was a place of grandeur, filled with advisors, scholars, and treasures from across the known world. Under Solomon's rule, Israel reached unprecedented heights of cultural and economic prosperity. God made a covenant with David, promising that his lineage would endure forever. This covenant was a divine assurance that David's descendants would continue to rule, provided they remained faithful to God's commandments. He promised a lasting dynasty, a lineage that would carry the torch of leadership and faith. This promise was not just about political power, but about a spiritual mission to lead the people in accordance with divine will. Solomon was chosen to build God's temple, a task of immense significance. This temple was to be the physical manifestation of God's presence on earth, a place where the divine and the mortal would meet. This temple would be a special place, not just for worship, but as a symbol of the covenant between God and his people. It was to be a beacon of faith, hope, and divine love. It would be a place where God's presence would dwell, a sanctified space where the faithful could come to seek guidance, offer sacrifices, and experience the divine. The temple was more than a building, it was a symbol of God's covenant with Israel. Every stone, every artifact, and every ritual performed within its walls was a testament to this sacred bond. It was a symbol of God's covenant, a physical reminder of his promises and his unwavering love for his chosen people. The temple stood as a testament to the enduring relationship between the divine and the mortal. It represented God's love for his people, a love that was unconditional and eternal. The temple was a place where this love was celebrated and where the faithful could connect with the divine in a profound way. Solomon understood this great responsibility. He knew that building the temple was not just a royal duty, but a divine mission. He approached this task with reverence, wisdom, and a deep sense of purpose. He prepared to build a temple worthy of God's glory, a structure that would stand the test of time and serve as a lasting testament to the covenant between God and his people. Solomon's vision and dedication ensured that the temple would be a masterpiece of faith, architecture, and divine purpose. Blueprints of Faith, the temple's grand design. The Temple of Solomon, also known as the First Temple, stands as a monumental testament to ancient architectural prowess and spiritual devotion. Its design was not just a matter of aesthetics, but a reflection of deep religious significance and meticulous planning. The temple was designed with precise measurements, ensuring that every aspect of its structure adhered to divine specifications. Ancient architects and builders worked tirelessly, guided by sacred texts and divine inspiration. It was 60 cubits long, 20 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high. These dimensions were not arbitrary, they were chosen to create a space that was both grand and harmonious, reflecting the glory of the divine. A cubit, the unit of measurement used, was about 18 inches. This ancient measurement system was crucial in ensuring the temple's proportions were perfect. So, the temple was about 90 feet long, 30 feet wide, and 45 feet high. This made it an imposing structure, visible from afar, symbolizing the presence of the divine among the people. The temple had two main rooms, each serving a distinct purpose in the religious practices of the time: the Holy Place and the Holy of Holies. The Holy Place was the larger of the two rooms and was used for daily worship and rituals. The Holy Place contained a golden lampstand, which was kept burning continuously, symbolizing the eternal light of God. It also held a table for the sacred bread, known as the showbread, which represented God's provision and presence. Incense was burned on an altar of gold, filling the temple with a fragrant aroma that symbolized the prayers of the people rising to heaven. Only priests could enter this holy area, performing their duties with reverence and dedication, ensuring that the rituals were carried out according to sacred traditions. The Holy of Holies was even more sacred. It was the innermost and most revered part of the temple, where the presence of God was believed to dwell. It housed the Ark of the Covenant, a sacred chest that contained the tablets of the Ten Commandments, Aaron's rod, and a pot of manna. This room was so holy that only the high priest could enter, and only once a year on the Day of Atonement, to offer sacrifices for the sins of the people. A symphony of stone and cedar, materials of the divine. The finest materials were used to construct the temple. Stone was quarried from the earth. It was cut and shaped with great care. Cedar wood was brought from Lebanon. This wood was known for its beauty and durability. Gold was used to overlay the temple walls. Precious stones adorned the interior. Every detail reflected the wealth of Solomon's kingdom. More importantly, it showed the reverence for God. Whispers of creation, the temple's silent construction. The temple's construction was a remarkable feat. The stones were cut so precisely, they fit together perfectly. No mortar was needed to bind them. The Bible tells us no sound of tools was heard. Imagine the scene. Hundreds of workers labored together, yet there was no clanging of hammers, no scraping of chisels. The silence would have been profound. It was a testament to the skill of the builders. It also spoke to the sacredness of the task. Section 5. Holiness in every corner, the temple's sacred layout. The temple's design was not arbitrary. Every element held deep spiritual significance. The two main rooms represented the earthly realm and God's heavenly dwelling. The holy place, accessible only to priests, symbolized the need for mediation between humanity and God. The Holy of Holies, containing the Ark of the Covenant, represented the very presence of God. This room was shrouded in darkness and entered only once a year by the high priest. This design emphasized the awe and reverence due to God. Section 6. The Ark of the Covenant, dwelling place of God's presence. The Ark of the Covenant was the most sacred object in the temple. It was a wooden chest overlaid with gold. Inside were the two tablets of the Ten Commandments. The Ark represented God's covenant with his people. It was a reminder of God's laws and his presence among them. The Ark was placed in the Holy of Holies. It was a visible reminder of God's promise. He would dwell among his people. Section 7. A temple dedicated, a nation rejoices. The construction of the temple took 7 years. When it was finished, there was a great celebration. Solomon dedicated the temple to God in a grand ceremony. He prayed for God's blessing on the nation. He asked for God's presence to dwell in the temple. The people rejoiced. They offered sacrifices to God. They celebrated the completion of this magnificent structure. It was a day of great joy and spiritual significance for all of Israel. Section 8. A legacy etched in stone, the temple's enduring impact. Solomon's temple stood for centuries. It was a symbol of God's presence in Jerusalem. It was the center of Jewish worship. People came from all over the kingdom to offer sacrifices and to pray. The temple was a reminder of God's covenant with David. It was a source of hope for the future. Even though the temple was eventually destroyed, its legacy lived on. It became a model for later temples. It inspired generations of Jews and Christians alike. Section 9, Echoes of the Temple, Lessons for Today. The story of Solomon's temple is more than just history. It is a narrative that transcends time, offering wisdom and guidance for our modern lives. The temple, with its grandeur and meticulous design, was not merely a physical structure, but a symbol of deeper spiritual truths. It holds valuable lessons for us today. These lessons are embedded in the very stones of the temple, in the scriptures that describe its construction, and in the reverence with which it was approached by the people of that time. It reminds us of the importance of obedience to God. Obedience was a cornerstone in the building of the temple. Solomon followed God's specific instructions to the letter, ensuring that every detail was in accordance with divine will. This teaches us the value of adhering to spiritual principles in our own lives. Solomon built the temple according to God's specific instructions. Reverence for God. The temple was a testament to the reverence and awe that the people had for God. The materials used, the gold, the precious stones, and the intricate carvings all reflected a deep respect and honor for the divine. The temple's design and the materials used reflected the awe and respect due to God, God's presence. The temple was more than just a building. It was a sacred space where God's presence was felt. It served as a constant reminder to the people that God was among them, guiding and protecting them. The temple was a constant reminder of God's presence among his people. This sense of divine presence is something we can still seek today, even without a physical temple. It is about finding sacredness in our everyday lives and recognizing the divine in the world around us. Though we may not have a physical temple today, these lessons are timeless. They transcend the physical and enter the realm of the spiritual, reminding us that the principles of obedience, reverence, and awareness of God's presence are as relevant now as they were in ancient times. They remind us to approach God with humility, obedience, and a recognition of his holiness. In our fast-paced modern world, these ancient lessons offer a grounding force, a way to connect with something greater than ourselves, and a path to spiritual fulfillment. In the heart of ancient Jerusalem, a king embarked on a project of breathtaking ambition. Solomon, son of David, sought to build a palace reflecting his kingdom's glory and God's power. The task required immense resources and skilled craftsmanship. For 13 years, hammers and saws echoed through the city. Each day brought the vision closer to reality. The palace emerged as a symbol of faith, power, and splendor. Among the many wonders of Solomon's palace, the Palace of the Forest of Lebanon stood apart. This magnificent structure, as its name suggests, featured an abundance of cedar wood imported at great expense from the famed forests of Lebanon. The fragrant timber, prized for its durability and beauty, filled the palace with a warm, inviting aroma. Massive cedar beams, each one a marvel of engineering, supported the roof, while intricately carved panels adorned the walls. The dimensions of the Palace of the Forest of Lebanon were staggering. 100 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high, it dwarfed most other structures of its time. Rows of majestic cedar columns, their surfaces polished to a gleam, soared upwards, supporting the weight of the roof and creating an atmosphere of grandeur and awe. The play of light and shadow through these columns created an ever-shifting pattern, adding to the ethereal beauty of the space. Sunlight streamed through carefully placed openings, illuminating the interior with a warm, natural light. The air within the palace was said to be refreshingly cool even during the hottest months of the year. Courtiers and dignitaries from distant lands marveled at the beauty of the Palace of the Forest of Lebanon, its grandeur a testament to Solomon's wealth and power. Beyond its sheer size and opulence, Solomon's palace served a vital function as the center of government and justice. Within its walls, the king held court, dispensed wisdom and rendered judgments. The palace complex included a magnificent colonnade, its roof supported by rows of stately columns. This open-air space provided a shaded area for public gatherings, processions, and the dispensation of justice. The Hall of Justice, a grand chamber within the palace, served as the setting for Solomon's most important legal pronouncements. Here, disputes were settled, laws were codified, and the king's wisdom was put on full display. The hall's impressive dimensions and ornate decorations served to underscore the seriousness of the matters discussed within its walls. The very air seemed to crackle with anticipation as petitioners awaited the king's judgment. The walls of the Hall of Justice were adorned with scenes depicting the importance of justice and righteousness. Artisans had skillfully carved images of scales balancing, representing fairness and equity. Other panels depicted scenes of harmony and prosperity, symbolizing the fruits of just rule. These visual reminders served to inspire both the king and those who came before him. The construction of Solomon's palace required not only artistic vision, but also a mastery of engineering and construction techniques. The foundations of the palace complex, crafted from massive blocks of expertly hewn stone, testified to the skill of the builders. These stones, some weighing many tons, were quarried from nearby hillsides and transported to the construction site with great effort. Once at the site, the stones were meticulously shaped and fitted together with astonishing precision. No mortar was used to bind them. Instead, the stones were so perfectly cut that they held together by their own weight. This method of construction, known as ashlar masonry, required incredible skill and patience, but it resulted in structures of remarkable strength and durability. The courtyards within the palace complex were paved with smooth, flat stones, creating elegant spaces for gatherings and processions. Intricate drainage systems hidden beneath the surface ensured that rainwater was efficiently channeled away, preventing flooding and preserving the integrity of the palace's foundation. Section 5. The Master Builder, Huram of Tyre. No account of Solomon's palace would be complete without mentioning the extraordinary contributions of Huram, a master craftsman sent from Tyre. Huram, whose reputation as a skilled artisan had reached Solomon's ears, was the son of a widow from the tribes of Naphtali. His father, a man of Tyre, had been renowned for his skill in working with bronze. Huram possessed a unique combination of artistic talent and technical expertise. He was well versed in all aspects of bronze work, from smelting and casting to chasing and engraving. Under his direction, molten bronze was transformed into objects of breathtaking beauty and intricate detail, each one a testament to his mastery of the craft. Solomon, recognizing Huram's rare talents, entrusted him with the creation of some of the palace's most important and awe-inspiring features. The bronze pillars, capitals, and furnishings that adorned the palace and the temple within its walls would become enduring symbols of Huram's skill and artistry. Section 6. Bronze and Beauty, Pillars of Strength and Artistry. Among the most striking features of Solomon's palace were the two massive bronze pillars that stood sentinel at the entrance to the temple. These pillars, named Yashin and Boaz, were not merely decorative elements, they were feats of engineering, symbols of strength and stability. Each pillar stood an impressive 18 cubits high, with a circumference of 12 cubits. Huram, the master craftsman from Tyre, oversaw every aspect of their creation. Molten bronze, heated to unimaginable temperatures, was poured into intricately crafted molds, where it cooled and solidified. The resulting pillars were then painstakingly polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting the surrounding architecture and creating a dazzling spectacle. Crowning each pillar were elaborate capitals, also cast in bronze. These capitals, 5 cubits in height, were adorned with intricate designs of lilies, pomegranates, and chainwork. Their complex patterns, a testament to Huram's artistry, were both beautiful and symbolic, representing prosperity, abundance, and the interconnectedness of all things. Section 7. A Sea of Bronze, Ritual and Reflection. Within the temple courtyard, a remarkable sight awaited visitors, a massive bronze basin known as the Sea. This immense vessel, designed by Huram and cast in bronze, served a practical purpose, providing water for the priests to wash themselves before performing their sacred duties. However, the sea was far more than just a utilitarian object. It was a symbolic representation of the primordial waters of creation and a testament to Solomon's power and the glory of God. The sea rested upon the backs of 12 bronze oxen, their heads turned outward, as if supporting the weight of the world. These oxen, arranged in groups of 3, each facing one of the cardinal directions, symbolized strength, stability, and the omnipresence of God. The dimensions of the sea were astounding. 10 cubits in diameter and 5 cubits deep, it could hold an incredible 2,000 baths of water. The rim of the sea was adorned with intricate carvings of gourds, further enhancing its beauty and symbolic significance. Section 8, golden altars and sacred light furnishing the holy sanctuary. Within the temple's inner sanctuary, the Holy of Holies, resided the Ark of the Covenant, the most sacred object in Judaism. This sacred space, accessible only to the high priest, was furnished with the utmost care and reverence. Solomon commissioned the creation of a golden altar for incense offerings, its surface gleaming warmly in the flickering lamplight. 10 golden lampstands, 5 on each side of the inner sanctuary, illuminated the space with a soft, ethereal glow. These intricately crafted lampstands, their branches adorned with delicate almond blossoms, were kept constantly lit, symbolizing the eternal presence of God. The table for the bread of the presence, crafted from acacia wood and overlaid with pure gold, stood on the north side of the sanctuary. Each week, 12 loaves of unleavened bread, representing the 12 tribes of Israel, were placed upon this table as a symbol of God's provision and covenant with his people. Section 9, Treasures for God, Dedication and the Promise of Glory. With the palace and temple complete, Solomon dedicated them to God in a grand ceremony. The Ark of the Covenant, containing the stone tablets upon which the 10 Commandments were inscribed, was brought into the Holy of Holies and placed beneath the outstretched wings of 2 massive golden cherubim. Solomon, standing before the altar, offered prayers of thanksgiving and dedication, his voice echoing through the vast spaces of the temple. He prayed for wisdom to govern his people justly and for God's continued blessing upon his kingdom. The completion of Solomon's palace and temple marked a high point in the history of Israel. These magnificent structures, built with extraordinary skill and artistry, served as powerful symbols of Solomon's wisdom, wealth, and devotion to God. Their grandeur inspired awe and wonder in all who beheld them, leaving an enduring legacy that would be passed down through generations.
Solomon, a king chosen by God. Solomon, the son of King David, was not just any ruler. He was divinely chosen to lead the people of Israel. His reign was marked by wisdom, prosperity, and a deep connection with God. Solomon's story is one of faith, dedication, and divine purpose. King Solomon, son of David, ruled Israel with wisdom and might. God chose him. From a young age, Solomon was groomed for greatness. His father, King David, instilled in him the values of leadership, justice, and faith. Solomon's wisdom became legendary, attracting leaders and scholars from distant lands who sought his counsel. He tasked Solomon with building a magnificent temple. This was not just any structure, it was to be the most sacred place on earth, a dwelling for the Almighty. The temple's design was intricate, reflecting the divine inspiration behind it. Every detail was meticulously planned, from the grand entrance to the inner sanctum. This temple would be the dwelling place of God. The Ark of the Covenant, which held the tablets of the 10 Commandments, would reside in the Holy of Holies, the innermost chamber of the temple. This sacred space was where heaven and earth would meet, a place of divine presence and power. It would be a beacon of faith for generations. Pilgrims from all over the world would come to worship, seek guidance, and offer sacrifices. The temple stood as a testament to the enduring faith of the Israelites and their covenant with God. It was a symbol of hope, unity, and divine favor. Solomon poured his heart into this sacred task. He was deeply involved in every aspect of the temple's construction, from the selection of materials to the hiring of craftsmen. Solomon's dedication was unwavering, and he often spent hours in prayer seeking God's guidance and blessing for the project. He used the finest materials, Gold, silver and precious stones were sourced from the farthest corners of the known world. Cedar wood from Lebanon, known for its durability and fragrance, was used extensively. Every element of the temple was chosen for its quality and symbolic significance. He employed the most skilled craftsmen. Artisans and builders renowned for their expertise were brought in to work on the temple. Their craftsmanship was unparalleled, and they created intricate carvings, ornate decorations, and stunning architectural features that would stand the test of time. The temple was to be a testament to God's glory. Its grandeur and beauty were meant to reflect the majesty of the Creator. The completed temple was a sight to behold, with its towering pillars, gleaming surfaces, and sacred artifacts. It was a place where the divine and the mortal could connect in profound ways. It was a symbol of God's covenant with his people. The temple was more than just a building. It was a living testament to the promises made by God to the people of Israel. It stood as a reminder of their unique relationship with the divine, a relationship built on faith, obedience, and love. The day of the temple's dedication arrived. Elders from every tribe of Israel gathered. Priests prepared themselves for the sacred rituals. At the heart of this momentous occasion was the Ark of the Covenant. The Ark held the Ten Commandments. It represented God's presence among his people. With reverence and care, the priests carried the Ark. They brought it from the city of David to its new home. As the Ark reached the temple, Solomon offered sacrifices to God. The air filled with the aroma of burnt offerings. These sacrifices expressed gratitude for God's blessings. They demonstrated the Israelites' devotion to their Lord. The people joined Solomon in prayer. They gave thanks for their deliverance from Egypt. They celebrated their victories in battle. Most importantly, they acknowledged God's faithfulness. With great care, the priests carried the ark into the temple. They placed it in the most holy place. This was the innermost chamber. It was here that God's presence would dwell. The most holy place was shrouded in darkness. Only the high priest could enter. He could only enter once a year. It was a sacred space. It represented the mystery and majesty of God. Section 5, Solomon's humble plea, a prayer that touched heaven. Solomon stood before the altar, a place of immense significance and reverence. The altar was not just a physical structure, but a symbol of the divine presence and the covenant between God and his people. It was here that Solomon, the wise king of Israel, chose to make his heartfelt plea. He raised his hands to heaven, a gesture of surrender and supplication. This act of raising hands was a common practice in ancient times, symbolizing the lifting of one's heart and soul to the divine. Solomon's hands, though royal, were empty, signifying his dependence on God's grace and mercy. He prayed to God with a fervent heart, seeking divine intervention and guidance. His prayer was a masterpiece of humility and faith. Solomon, despite his wisdom and power, acknowledged God's greatness and his own limitations. He recognized that human understanding is finite and that true wisdom comes from the divine. His words were not just a plea, but a profound expression of his faith and trust in God. He confessed the limitations of human understanding, admitting that even the wisest among men could not fully grasp the mysteries of the divine. Solomon's confession was a reminder that humility is the foundation of true wisdom. He understood that acknowledging one's limitations is the first step towards seeking divine guidance and enlightenment. Solomon asked for God's blessing upon the temple, a sacred place dedicated to worship and communion with the divine. He prayed that the temple would be a place where God's presence would dwell, where prayers would be heard, and where blessings would be bestowed upon the people. His request was not just for the physical structure, but for the spiritual well-being of the entire nation. He asked for God to hear the prayers of his people, to be attentive to their cries and supplications. Solomon's prayer was inclusive, extending beyond his own needs to encompass the needs of the entire community. He understood that a leader's role is to intercede on behalf of his people, to seek divine favor and protection for them. He prayed that God would forgive their sins and guide their steps. Solomon's prayer for forgiveness was a recognition of human fallibility and the need for divine mercy. He sought not only pardon for past transgressions, but also guidance for the future. His prayer was a testament to his deep faith and his desire for his people to walk in righteousness and truth. Section 6. Rejoicing as one, a nation celebrates God's blessing. As Solomon finished his prayer, something extraordinary happened. Fire descended from heaven. The fire consumed the sacrifices on the altar. The people watched in awe and wonder. This was a sign of God's acceptance. It was a symbol of his presence among them. The people erupted into joyous celebration. They sang praises to God. They danced with abandon. They were united in their faith. Section 7. The Temple's enduring legacy, a beacon of faith. The dedication of the temple was a pivotal moment in Israel's history. It was a grand event filled with rituals and ceremonies that brought the community together. The air was thick with the scent of incense, and the sound of prayers echoed through the streets. This dedication was not just a religious act, it was a declaration of faith and unity among the people of Israel. It marked a new era of spiritual awareness. The temple became the heart of religious life, a place where people could connect with the divine. It was a sanctuary where the sacred and the mundane met, and where the spiritual needs of the community were met. The temple was more than just a building. It was a living, breathing symbol of faith. The temple stood as a symbol of God's covenant. It was a physical manifestation of the promises made to the people of Israel. The walls of the temple were adorned with symbols and artifacts that told the story of their faith and their journey. Each stone, each carving was a testament to their enduring relationship with God. It was a place of prayer. People from all walks of life would come to the temple to offer their prayers and seek solace. The temple provided a space where individuals could find peace and comfort in their moments of need. It was a place where the community could come together to support one another and to find strength in their shared faith. It was a place of sacrifice. The altar was the focal point of many rituals where offerings were made to honor God. These sacrifices were acts of devotion and gratitude, a way for the people to show their reverence and commitment. The temple rituals were deeply ingrained in the daily lives of the Israelites, shaping their culture and their identity. It was a place of worship. The temple was the center of religious life, where festivals and holy days were celebrated with great fervor. Worshippers would gather to sing hymns, recite prayers, and participate in ceremonies that reinforced their faith and their connection to God. The temple was a beacon of hope and a source of spiritual nourishment for the community. For generations, Israelites would make pilgrimages to the temple. These journeys were acts of devotion, undertaken with great reverence and anticipation. Pilgrims would travel from far and wide, enduring hardships and challenges to reach the sacred site. The pilgrimage was a journey of faith, a testament to their unwavering belief and commitment. They would come to offer their prayers and seek God's guidance. The temple was a place where they could find answers to their deepest questions and seek comfort in times of trouble. It was a sanctuary where they could feel the presence of God and find the strength to face the challenges of life. The temple was a source of wisdom and guidance for the community. The temple would be a constant reminder of God's presence. Its towering structure and majestic design were visible from afar, serving as a beacon of faith for the people. The temple was a symbol of God's enduring love and protection, a reminder that they were never alone. It was a place where they could feel connected to the divine and find solace in their faith. It would be a source of strength and inspiration. The temple was a place where people could find hope and encouragement in their darkest moments. It was a sanctuary where they could draw strength from their faith and from one another. The temple was a testament to the enduring power of faith, a beacon of hope that would guide the people of Israel for generations to come. Section 8. A timeless message for us seeking God's presence today. The story of the temple's dedication holds a timeless message. It reminds us that God desires to dwell among his people. Though the physical temple no longer stands, we can still experience God's presence. We can create a temple in our hearts. We can do this through prayer, worship, and obedience to God's word. We can experience the joy of His presence every day. Section 9. Conclusion: the Temple Within. The dedication of Solomon's temple was more than just a historical event. It was a powerful symbol of God's love for His people. It is a reminder that God desires to dwell among us. Let us build temples in our hearts. Let us invite God's presence into our lives. Let us experience the joy of His blessings every day.
King Solomon. The name echoes through history. He inherited a kingdom forged by his father David. Solomon, however, was destined to be a different kind of king. He was a man of peace, a builder, and a wise ruler. His reign marked a time of prosperity and expansion for Israel. Solomon's wisdom was legendary. It was a gift from God, granted in answer to Solomon's humble request. This wisdom guided his decisions and shaped his reign. Under Solomon's rule, Israel experienced a golden age. Peace settled over the land. The wars that had defined David's reign were over. Solomon used this time of peace to strengthen the kingdom, not through military might but through trade, diplomacy, and construction. He understood that true strength came from within, from a prosperous and united people. His reign, however, was not without its challenges. Solomon faced tests of faith, temptations of power, and the constant responsibility of leading God's chosen people. His story, found in 1 Kings 9, is a tapestry of faith, ambition, and the enduring power of God's promises. Solomon's most ambitious project was the construction of the Temple in Jerusalem. This magnificent structure was to be the dwelling place of God, a symbol of His presence among His people. The temple was built with the finest materials: cedar wood from Lebanon, gold from Ophir, and intricately carved stones. It took 7 years to complete, a testament to the skill of the craftsmen and the dedication of the workers. The Ark of the Covenant, containing the 10 Commandments, was placed in the holiest part of the temple, the Holy of Holies. Alongside the temple, Solomon built a grand palace for himself. It was a magnificent structure, even larger than the temple, and took 13 years to complete. The palace was a symbol of Solomon's power and wealth, a fitting residence for the king of a prosperous nation. The completion of these two monumental structures marked a turning point in Solomon's reign. They were tangible symbols of his devotion to God and his commitment to the well-being of his people. The temple and the palace stood as testaments to Solomon's ambition, his faith, and the prosperity of Israel under his rule. One night, God appeared to Solomon in a dream. He stood in the newly completed temple, His glory filling the space. It was a moment of awe and trepidation. Solomon, overwhelmed by the presence of the Almighty, fell to his knees. God spoke, His voice echoing through the temple. He was pleased with Solomon's offering, the magnificent temple built in his honor. He promised to establish Solomon's throne forever if he remained faithful. But God's message was not without caution. He warned Solomon against straying from his path. He reminded him of the covenant made with his father David. If Solomon or his descendants turned away from God, worshipped other gods, and disobeyed his decrees, their kingdom would be ripped away and given to another. The weight of these words settled upon Solomon. He understood the gravity of God's promise and the severity of His warning. The fate of his reign, his lineage, and his kingdom rested on his obedience to God. Solomon's reign was marked by peaceful relations with neighboring kingdoms. One of his closest allies was Hiram, the king of Tyre. Hiram had been a friend to David, and he continued this alliance with Solomon. He provided skilled craftsmen and materials for the construction of the temple and the palace. After the completion of the temple, Solomon gifted Hiram with 20 towns in Galilee. This gesture of goodwill solidified their alliance and facilitated trade between the two kingdoms. Hiram, however, was not entirely pleased with the gift. He journeyed to Galilee to inspect the towns and found them less than satisfactory. The Bible tells us that he called the land Kabul, which can be interpreted as good for nothing. Despite this, the alliance between Solomon and Hiram remained strong. This exchange illustrates the complexities of international relations, even in ancient times. Gifts, though well-intentioned, could be met with mixed feelings. Yet the overarching goal of peace and cooperation prevailed. The construction of the temple and the palace were only the beginning of Solomon's ambitious building projects. He fortified Jerusalem, strengthening its walls and gates, making it a city of formidable defense. He also built cities throughout his kingdom, strategic outposts that secured his borders and facilitated trade. One of these cities was Gezer, a strategic location on the coastal plain. Solomon rebuilt and fortified Gezer, which had been destroyed earlier. He understood the importance of controlling key trade routes and securing his kingdom from potential invaders. Solomon's building projects extended beyond cities and fortifications. He constructed store cities, chariot cities, and cities for his horsemen. He built reservoirs to provide water for his people and his livestock. His kingdom was a testament to his vision and his ability to mobilize resources on a grand scale. These projects, however, came at a cost. They required vast amounts of labor and resources, which placed a heavy burden on the Israelites. Section 6. Labor and Tribute. The Price of Progress. To fuel his ambitious building projects, Solomon instituted a system of forced labor. He conscripted Israelites to work on his projects, a practice that differed from the way his father David had ruled. David had relied on volunteers and paid laborers. Solomon's system, however, placed a heavy burden on the people. The Bible tells us that Solomon conscripted 30,000 men for forced labor. They were divided into groups, with 10,000 working for a month in the forests of Lebanon, then returning home for 2 months before their next rotation. While Israelites were subjected to forced labor, foreigners living within the kingdom were treated differently. They were not conscripted for this work. Instead, they paid tribute, providing resources and manpower for Solomon's projects. This system of forced labor and tribute, while essential for Solomon's ambitious building projects, created a social and economic divide within the kingdom. It also highlighted a departure from the principles of equality and justice that had characterized his father's reign. Section 7. Sacrifices and Observances, Solomon's Religious Life. Despite the challenges and the temptations of power, Solomon remained devoted to God, at least for a significant part of his reign. He continued the religious practices established by his father David. He offered sacrifices at the temple, acknowledging God's sovereignty and seeking his guidance. The Bible tells us that Solomon offered thousands of burnt offerings at the altar in Gibeon, a high place of worship. These sacrifices were a central part of Israelite worship, symbolizing atonement for sins and dedication to God. Solomon also observed religious festivals, such as the Feast of Tabernacles, with great pomp and ceremony. He understood the importance of these festivals in uniting the people and fostering a sense of shared identity and faith. However, as Solomon's reign progressed, he began to stray from the path of righteousness. He allowed his foreign wives to influence his religious practices, leading him to worship other gods. This would ultimately lead to God's judgment and the division of the kingdom after Solomon's death. Section 8. Riches from the Sea. Solomon's naval expeditions. Solomon's reign was not only marked by ambitious building projects and religious observances but also by daring naval expeditions. He established a fleet of ships at Ezion-Geber, a port on the Red Sea. These ships, manned by experienced sailors from Tyre, embarked on long voyages to distant lands. They brought back riches beyond imagination: gold, silver, ivory, apes, and peacocks. These expeditions transformed Israel into a major trading power. The wealth they generated contributed to the kingdom's prosperity and Solomon's legendary riches. The Bible tells us that silver became as common as stones in Jerusalem during Solomon's reign. These naval expeditions highlight Solomon's ambition and his desire to expand the horizons of his kingdom. They also demonstrate his understanding of the importance of trade and international relations in building a prosperous and influential nation. Section 9. A Reign of Prosperity. Solomon's Enduring Legacy. Solomon's reign, as described in 1 Kings 9, was a time of unprecedented peace, prosperity, and expansion for Israel. He solidified the kingdom established by his father David, transforming it into a regional power. His wisdom, his building projects, and his international relations left an enduring legacy. The temple he built stood as a symbol of God's presence among his people for centuries. His wisdom became legendary. His proverbs and songs passed down through generations. However, Solomon's reign also serves as a cautionary tale. The Bible tells us that his heart turned away from God in his later years. He allowed wealth and power to corrupt him, leading him to compromise his faith and disobey God's decrees. Solomon's story reminds us that even the wisest and most prosperous can stray from the path of righteousness. It underscores the importance of remaining faithful to God even when surrounded by wealth, power, and the temptations of the world.
The Queen of Sheba was a powerful ruler, known far and wide for her wisdom and beauty. Her reign was marked by prosperity and peace, and her people adored her. She was not just a figurehead, but a true leader who made decisions that benefited her kingdom. Her court was filled with advisors, scholars, and artists, all contributing to the rich culture of her land. Her kingdom was rich and vast, stretching across the desert and into fertile lands. The markets were bustling with traders from distant lands, bringing exotic goods and stories from afar. The architecture of her palaces and temples was a testament to the skill of her builders and the wealth of her nation. The people of her kingdom lived in harmony, enjoying the fruits of their labor and the protection of their wise queen. One day she heard tales of a king named Solomon. These stories were brought by travelers and traders who spoke of his unmatched wisdom and the splendor of his court. They told of his ability to solve the most complex riddles and his fair judgments that brought peace to his land. The queen was intrigued by these tales and wanted to know more about this legendary king who ruled the land of Israel with unmatched wisdom and wealth. His palace was said to be more magnificent than any other, filled with treasures and adorned with the finest materials. Solomon's court was a place of learning and justice, where scholars and judges worked together to maintain the harmony of the kingdom. His reputation as a wise and fair ruler had spread far beyond the borders of Israel. Stories of his splendor traveled on the wind, reaching the queen in her distant palace. These tales were carried by caravans that crossed the vast deserts, bringing news and goods from far-off lands. The queen listened intently to these stories, her curiosity growing with each new account. She wondered what it would be like to meet such a wise and powerful ruler. Intrigued, she yearned to meet this legendary king. She began to make plans for a journey to Jerusalem, a journey that would take her across deserts and mountains. She consulted with her advisors and prepared gifts that would be worthy of a king. The queen was determined to see for herself if the tales of Solomon's wisdom and wealth were true. She had heard of his wisdom. Stories of his ability to solve any riddle and his fair judgments had reached her ears. She wanted to test his wisdom with her own riddles and see if he could truly live up to his reputation. The queen spent many hours preparing questions and challenges that she would present to Solomon, how he could solve any riddle. His court was filled with scholars and wise men who would discuss and debate the most complex problems. Solomon's ability to find solutions where others could not was legendary. The queen was eager to see this wisdom in action and to learn from it. How he judged with fairness and grace. His judgments were known to be fair and just, bringing peace to his land. The queen admired this quality and hoped to witness it firsthand. She believed that a ruler's ability to judge fairly was one of the most important qualities a leader could possess. The queen, herself a wise ruler, felt a spark of excitement. She was eager to embark on this journey and to meet a king who was as wise and powerful as she was. The preparations for the journey were extensive, but the queen was determined. She knew that this meeting could bring great benefits to her kingdom and to herself. She decided to travel to Jerusalem and witness Solomon's glory for herself. The journey would be long and arduous, but the queen was undeterred. She gathered her caravan, filled with gifts and provisions, and set out on the journey. The Queen of Sheba was ready to meet the legendary King Solomon and to see if the tales of his wisdom and wealth were true. The Queen of Sheba prepared a grand caravan, a spectacle of wealth and power that would be remembered for centuries. Camels, laden with precious gifts, stretched as far as the eye could see. Each camel carried a burden of treasures, from gold and silver to the finest silks and spices. Gold, spices, and jewels shimmered under the desert sun, creating a dazzling display of opulence. The air was filled with the rich aroma of exotic spices, a testament to the Queen's vast wealth. This was not just a visit, it was a testament to her own power and a tribute to the king she longed to meet. The Queen of Sheba was determined to make an impression on King Solomon, to show him the extent of her riches and the strength of her kingdom. The journey was long and arduous. The vast desert stretched out before them, an endless sea of sand and heat. Each day was a test of endurance, but the Queen and her caravan pressed on, driven by their purpose. The sun beat down mercilessly, its intense rays scorching the earth and the travelers alike. Yet, despite the harsh conditions, the Queen's resolve never faltered. But the Queen's spirit did not waver. She led her caravan with unwavering determination, her eyes set firmly on her destination. Her strength and resilience were an inspiration to all who traveled with her. She was determined to reach Jerusalem and meet the great King Solomon. The thought of this meeting filled her with anticipation and excitement, fueling her determination to overcome any obstacle. Finally, after many weeks, the glistening walls of Jerusalem appeared on the horizon. The sight of the ancient city filled the Queen and her caravan with a renewed sense of purpose and accomplishment. They had made it through the harsh desert, and now, the moment they had been waiting for was within reach. As they approached the city gates, the Queen of Sheba felt a surge of pride and excitement. She was about to meet one of the most powerful and wise kings of the ancient world, and she was ready to show him the full extent of her wealth and wisdom. The meeting between the Queen of Sheba and King Solomon would go down in history as a momentous occasion, a meeting of two great minds and two powerful kingdoms. It was a journey that tested her strength and resolve, but in the end it was a journey that proved her greatness. King Solomon, hearing of her approach, prepared a lavish welcome. The Queen, upon arriving, was stunned by the city's magnificence. She had never seen such wealth and grandeur. As she entered Solomon's palace, her eyes widened in awe. She presented Solomon with gifts of gold, precious stones, and rare spices, the air filled with the intoxicating aroma of frankincense and myrrh. Solomon in turn welcomed her with open arms and a warm smile. He was impressed by her generosity and the sincerity of her quest. The Queen, eager to witness Solomon's famed wisdom, began asking him a series of riddles. These were no ordinary riddles. They were complex and challenging, designed to test the very limits of his intellect. Solomon, however, met her challenge with ease. His answers were insightful and profound, filled with wisdom that astonished the Queen and her entourage. She realized that the rumors of his wisdom were not exaggerated. Solomon possessed a keen intellect that surpassed even her own. Section 5. A Palace of Wonder. The Queen spent many days as Solomon's guest. She marveled at his palace, its grandeur surpassing even her own. The walls were adorned with gold and ivory, gardens filled with exotic plants, and the sound of birdsong surrounded the palace. She dined on delicacies she had never tasted before, served on plates of gold. Solomon spared no expense in showcasing the prosperity of his kingdom. The Queen realized that his wealth was not merely material. It stemmed from his wisdom and his ability to govern with justice and compassion. Before departing, Solomon showered the Queen with gifts even more lavish than those she had brought. He bestowed upon her precious jewels, silks, and spices. He also gifted her knowledge, sharing his insights on governance and trade. The Queen, overwhelmed by Solomon's generosity, accepted his gifts with grace. She realized that the true value lay not in the material worth, but in the spirit of friendship and respect with which they were given. The meeting between Solomon and the Queen of Sheba was more than just a diplomatic encounter. It was a meeting of minds, a testament to the power of wisdom and diplomacy. They parted ways with a newfound respect for each other. The Queen returned to her kingdom, forever changed by her encounter with Solomon. She carried with her not just material riches, but also the wisdom she had gleaned from him. She used this wisdom to rule her own kingdom with greater justice and compassion. Solomon, in turn, never forgot the Queen of Sheba. Her visit served as a reminder of the far-reaching impact of his wisdom and the respect it commanded from even the most powerful rulers. He continued to rule his kingdom with wisdom and justice. He expanded his kingdom's influence, forging alliances and promoting trade. His reign was a golden age for Israel, a time of peace and prosperity. The story of Solomon and the Queen of Sheba has resonated through the ages, capturing the imagination of countless generations. This ancient tale, rich with intrigue and wisdom, has been passed down through oral traditions, manuscripts, and artistic depictions, each adding layers to its enduring legacy. It is a tale of wisdom, diplomacy, and the power of human connection. Solomon, renowned for his unparalleled wisdom, and the Queen of Sheba, celebrated for her intelligence and curiosity, represent the epitome of enlightened leadership. Their meeting was not just a diplomatic encounter, but a profound exchange of ideas and cultures. The story reminds us that true wealth lies not just in material possessions, but also in knowledge, understanding, and the ability to approach others with respect and an open mind. The treasures exchanged between Solomon and the Queen were not merely gold and precious stones, but also wisdom and mutual respect, which are far more valuable. The Queen of Sheba's journey was inspired by a thirst for knowledge and a desire to witness wisdom firsthand. Her long and arduous travel across the desert, accompanied by a grand caravan, symbolizes the lengths to which one might go in the pursuit of enlightenment and understanding. Her story encourages us to seek knowledge, to embrace different perspectives, and to build bridges of understanding with those around us. In a world often divided by differences, the tale of Solomon and the Queen of Sheba serves as a timeless reminder of the power of curiosity, respect, and the unending quest for wisdom. It teaches us that the pursuit of knowledge and the willingness to engage with others can lead to profound connections and a deeper understanding of the world. King Solomon, son of David, a figure whose name has become synonymous with wisdom and grandeur. His story is one of the most fascinating tales in the annals of history, filled with lessons that resonate through the ages. The Bible tells us he reigned over Israel for 40 years, a golden age. This period was marked by unprecedented peace and prosperity, a time when the Kingdom of Israel reached the zenith of its power and influence. Under Solomon's rule, Jerusalem became a bustling hub of culture, commerce, and spirituality. He was known for his wisdom, wealth, and the magnificent temple he built in Jerusalem. This temple, often referred to as Solomon's Temple, stood as a testament to his devotion to God and his desire to create a central place of worship for his people. It was an architectural marvel of its time, adorned with gold and precious stones, symbolizing the glory of Israel. Solomon's early reign was marked by peace and prosperity. His diplomatic skills and strategic marriages helped to secure alliances with neighboring kingdoms, ensuring a stable and secure environment for his people. The land flourished under his wise and just leadership. He forged alliances, expanded trade, and solidified Israel's position as a powerful kingdom. Solomon's wisdom was legendary. His ability to navigate complex political landscapes and his keen understanding of human nature allowed him to make decisions that benefited his kingdom immensely. Trade routes expanded, bringing wealth and exotic goods from distant lands, further enhancing Israel's prosperity. People traveled from distant lands to hear his judgments and seek his counsel. His reputation as a wise and fair ruler spread far and wide, attracting scholars, merchants, and dignitaries from across the known world. They came to witness his wisdom firsthand and to learn from his profound insights. He could discern truth, resolve disputes with unparalleled insight, and his proverbs offered timeless wisdom. These proverbs, many of which are recorded in the Bible, continued to be studied and revered for their deep understanding of human nature and moral principles. They provide guidance on how to live a righteous and fulfilling life. One of the most famous stories illustrating his wisdom is the story of the two mothers and the baby. This tale has been told and retold through generations, highlighting Solomon's extraordinary ability to uncover the truth in even the most challenging situations. Two women came before him, both claiming to be the mother of the same infant. The tension in the court was palpable as each woman pleaded her case, each convinced of her own truth. Solomon proposed cutting the baby in half, knowing the true mother would never allow such a thing. His suggestion was shocking, but it was a masterful ploy to reveal the genuine mother. The true mother immediately begged to give up her claim to save the child's life, while the other woman agreed to the division. Solomon's wisdom shone through as he declared the true mother and restored the baby to her. His wisdom not only brought justice, but also revealed the depths of a mother's love. Solomon's reign seemed blessed. His judgments were fair, his policies effective, and his people content. The kingdom thrived under his rule, and his name became synonymous with wisdom and justice. He had it all: power, wealth, and wisdom. His court was a place of splendor, filled with the finest treasures and the most learned men of the age. Solomon's wisdom was not just in governance, but also in his writings, his proverbs, and his songs, which have been passed down through the ages. However, the seeds of his downfall were sown in the very things that brought him glory. His insatiable quest for knowledge, wealth, and power began to take a toll. The alliances he forged through numerous marriages to foreign princesses brought foreign influences and gods into Israel, leading to a gradual erosion of the kingdom's spiritual foundation. His thirst for power and security led him to make choices that would ultimately cost him dearly. The heavy taxes and forced labor he imposed to fund his grand projects began to breed discontent among his people. The once united kingdom started to fracture under the weight of his ambitions. Solomon's later years were marked by a decline in the very wisdom that had once defined him, leading to a legacy that is as much a cautionary tale as it is a story of greatness. Solomon's desire to secure his kingdom led him to forge alliances through marriage. In the ancient world, political alliances were often solidified through matrimonial bonds. By marrying the daughters of neighboring kings and tribal leaders, Solomon sought to create a network of loyalty and peace around his kingdom. This strategy was not uncommon among rulers of the time, as it helped to ensure mutual protection and cooperation. However, Solomon's approach was particularly ambitious, as he amassed a vast number of wives and concubines, each representing a different alliance or treaty. He took wives from neighboring kingdoms, accumulating a vast harem of 700 wives and 300 concubines. This immense collection of women was not merely a symbol of his wealth and power, but also a testament to his far-reaching influence. Each wife brought with her the customs, traditions, and religious practices of her homeland, creating a melting pot of cultures within Solomon's court. The king's palace became a microcosm of the ancient world, filled with the sights, sounds, and rituals of many different peoples. These women came from different cultures and religions, and Solomon, in an attempt to appease them, allowed the worship of their gods within Israel. This decision marked a significant departure from the religious exclusivity that had characterized the worship of Yahweh. Solomon's tolerance of these foreign deities was seen as a pragmatic move to maintain harmony within his diverse household. However, it also introduced a variety of religious practices that were foreign to the Israelites and contrary to their covenant with Yahweh. This compromise, however well-intentioned, was a grave error. Solomon's decision to allow the worship of other gods within his kingdom was not just a political misstep, but a spiritual one. It signaled a shift in his own devotion and the religious integrity of Israel. The king, who had once been known for his wisdom and dedication to Yahweh, now found himself torn between his loyalty to his God and his desire to keep peace within his household. This internal conflict was reflected in the broader society as the people of Israel began to question their own faith and practices. The God of Israel, Yahweh, had commanded his people to worship no other gods. This commandment was central to the identity and faith of the Israelites. It was a covenant that set them apart from other nations and defined their relationship with their God. The introduction of foreign gods into their worship was not just a breach of this covenant, but a threat to their very identity. The Israelites had always been a people defined by their exclusive devotion to Yahweh, and Solomon's actions challenged this foundational aspect of their faith. By allowing foreign deities into the kingdom, Solomon violated this fundamental covenant. The presence of these idols and the rituals associated with them began to erode the religious purity of Israel. Temples and high places dedicated to these foreign gods started to appear throughout the land, drawing the Israelites away from their worship of Yahweh. This spiritual dilution had far-reaching consequences as it weakened the moral and religious fabric of the nation. The people, once united in their worship of Yahweh, now found themselves divided and confused. His heart, once fully devoted to Yahweh, began to stray. Solomon, who had been blessed with wisdom and favor from God, now found himself in a state of spiritual turmoil. The king's divided heart mirrored the divided state of his kingdom. His once clear and unwavering devotion to Yahweh was now clouded by the influence of his foreign wives and their gods. This internal conflict was not just a personal struggle, but a reflection of the broader spiritual crisis facing Israel. The scriptures tell us that Solomon followed Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Sidonians, and Milcom, the abomination of the Ammonites. These deities represented the very antithesis of what Yahweh stood for. Ashtoreth, associated with fertility and war, and Milcom, known for his demand for child sacrifices, were abhorrent to the Israelites. Solomon's involvement with these gods was not just a personal failing, but a public scandal. It sent a message to the people that their king had abandoned the God of Israel for the gods of their enemies. He built temples and high places for these foreign gods, participating in their rituals and sacrifices. These actions were a stark contrast to his earlier achievements, such as the construction of the magnificent Temple of Yahweh in Jerusalem. The same king who had once dedicated his efforts to glorifying Yahweh was now using his resources and influence to promote the worship of false gods. This betrayal was not just a personal failing, but a national tragedy. The people of Israel, who had looked to Solomon for spiritual and moral leadership, now saw their king leading them astray. Solomon's actions had dire consequences. The introduction of foreign gods and the erosion of exclusive worship of Yahweh led to social and political instability. The unity and strength of Israel began to crumble as factions formed and conflicts arose. The once prosperous and peaceful kingdom started to experience turmoil and unrest. The people, confused and divided by the mixed messages from their king, began to lose their sense of purpose and direction. The spiritual and moral decay initiated by Solomon's compromises had far-reaching effects on the entire nation. His once undivided devotion to God was replaced by a divided heart, a heart torn between Yahweh and the idols of his foreign wives. This internal division was not just a personal struggle, but a symbol of the broader division within the kingdom. The people of Israel, who had once been united in their worship of Yahweh, now found themselves pulled in different directions by the conflicting influences of their king. Solomon's divided heart led to a divided nation, and the consequences of his actions would be felt for generations to come. This spiritual adultery would not go unpunished. The scriptures tell us that Yahweh was angered by Solomon's actions, and the consequences were severe. The kingdom that Solomon had worked so hard to build and secure would be torn apart. His descendants would face the repercussions of his divided heart, and the once united and prosperous kingdom of Israel would be divided into two. The northern kingdom of Israel and the southern kingdom of Judah would emerge from the ruins of Solomon's reign, each facing its own challenges and struggles. The legacy of Solomon's divided heart would be a lasting reminder of the importance of unwavering devotion to Yahweh. Once upon a time, there was a great and powerful king named Solomon. He was renowned not only for his immense wealth and power, but also for his unparalleled wisdom. Solomon's reign was marked by peace and prosperity, and his name became synonymous with wisdom and justice. He ruled over the land of Israel with wisdom and might. His decisions were fair, and his judgments were sought by people from all corners of the world. Under his rule, Israel flourished, becoming a beacon of culture and learning in the ancient world. Solomon built a magnificent temple for God in Jerusalem. This temple was not only a place of worship, but also a symbol of the unity and strength of the kingdom. It stood as a testament to Solomon's devotion to God and his commitment to his people. People came from far and wide to witness Solomon's wisdom and the glory of his kingdom. Scholars, dignitaries, and traders from distant lands visited Israel, bringing with them gifts and seeking the king's counsel. The marketplace buzzed with activity, and the streets were filled with the sounds of different languages and cultures. But even the wisest of kings grow old. As the years passed, Solomon's health began to decline. The once vibrant king who had led his people with such wisdom and strength now found himself confined to his chambers, his body weakened by age. When Solomon died, his son Rehoboam became king. The transition of power was not smooth, however. Rehoboam lacked his father's wisdom, and the people were uncertain about his ability to lead. The new king faced immediate challenges and unrest among the tribes of Israel. The kingdom was at a crossroads. Rehoboam's harsh policies and refusal to listen to the counsel of the elders led to a rebellion. The once united kingdom of Israel was torn apart, splitting into two separate entities. the northern kingdom of Israel and the southern kingdom of Judah. This division marked the beginning of a new and tumultuous chapter in the history of the Israelites. The divided kingdoms faced numerous challenges. They were plagued by internal strife, external threats, and a constant struggle for power. The unity and prosperity that had characterized Solomon's reign were now distant memories. The people longed for the days of peace and stability, but their path to reconciliation seemed ever more elusive. Yet, even in these dark times, there were voices of hope. Prophets emerged, calling the people back to their faith and urging them to seek God's guidance. They spoke of a future where the divided kingdom would be restored and peace would once again reign over the land. Their words offered a glimmer of hope in an otherwise bleak landscape. The story of Solomon and the divided kingdom is a powerful reminder of the importance of wisdom, unity, and faith. It teaches us that even in the face of great challenges, there is always hope for renewal and a brighter future. As we reflect on this tale, let us remember the lessons of the past and strive to build a world where peace and wisdom prevail. Rehoboam was young and inexperienced. He had just ascended to the throne after the death of his father, King Solomon, and the weight of the crown felt heavy on his head. The kingdom of Israel was vast and diverse, and the young king was unsure of how to navigate the complexities of ruling such a nation. He wasn't sure how to rule. The responsibilities of leadership were daunting, and Rehoboam found himself at a crossroads. He had to make decisions that would affect the lives of thousands, and the pressure was immense. The young king spent many sleepless nights pondering the best course of action. He faced a crucial decision. The people of Israel were growing restless and discontented. They had endured years of heavy taxation and forced labor under Solomon's reign, and they were now looking to Rehoboam for relief. The young king knew that his decision would either win their loyalty or incite rebellion. The people were weary from the heavy burdens imposed during Solomon's reign. They had built grand temples and palaces, but at a great personal cost. The labor was grueling and the taxes were high. The citizens of Israel were desperate for a change, and they hoped that Rehoboam would be the king to bring it. They longed for a king who would listen to their pleas and lighten their load. The people approached Rehoboam with a simple request: reduce the harsh labor and lower the taxes. They believed that if the young king showed them compassion, they would serve him faithfully and support his reign. Rehoboam sought counsel from two groups: the elders who had served his father. These wise men had years of experience and had seen the kingdom through many challenges. They advised Rehoboam to listen to the people's demands and to show them kindness. They believed that a gentle approach would win the hearts of the citizens and ensure a stable reign. And his own group of young friends. These were men who had grown up with Rehoboam, and they had a different perspective. They urged the young king to assert his authority and to show strength. They believed that any sign of weakness would be exploited, and that Rehoboam needed to establish his dominance early in his reign. The young king was torn between these two conflicting pieces of advice, and the decision he made would shape the future of Israel. The elders, wise with experience, advised Rehoboam to heed the people's request. They had seen the rise and fall of many leaders and understood the delicate balance of power and compassion. Their wisdom was not just from books or teachings, but from years of observing human nature and the consequences of leadership decisions. If you be a servant to this people this day, and serve them and answer them and speak good words to them, they advised. Their counsel was rooted in the belief that a ruler's strength comes from the loyalty and love of his people. They knew that harshness breeds resentment while kindness fosters loyalty. Then they will be your servants forever, they counseled. The elders believed that by showing empathy and understanding, Rehoboam could secure a lasting and peaceful reign. They emphasized that true leadership is not about instilling fear, but about earning respect and trust. However, Rehoboam's friends, filled with youthful arrogance, urged him to show his authority. These young men, lacking the depth of experience, saw leadership as a display of power and dominance. They believed that strength was shown through intimidation and control, not through understanding and service. "My little finger shall be thicker than my father's loins," Rehoboam boasted, promising even harsher rule. He declared that his reign would be marked by greater severity and stricter measures. This proclamation was not just a rejection of the elders' advice, but a clear message to the people that he intended to rule with an iron fist. The people, hearing Rehoboam's words, were filled with dread and disappointment. They had hoped for a compassionate leader who would ease their burdens, but instead they were met with promises of increased hardship. The atmosphere in the kingdom grew tense as the citizens realized that their pleas had been ignored. The elders, disheartened by Rehoboam's decision, could only watch as the seeds of discontent were sown. They knew that a ruler who disregards the needs of his people is destined for trouble. Their hearts were heavy with the knowledge that their wise counsel had been cast aside for the folly of youth. Rehoboam's young advisors, on the other hand, celebrated their influence over the king. They saw his decision as a victory for their vision of strong, unyielding leadership. They failed to see the long-term consequences of their advice, blinded by their immediate triumph. As time passed, the kingdom began to show signs of unrest. The people's dissatisfaction grew, and whispers of rebellion started to spread. The harsh measures promised by Rehoboam only served to fuel the fire of discontent. The once peaceful kingdom was now on the brink of turmoil. The elders, ever wise and vigilant, began to strategize on how to mitigate the brewing storm. They knew that the path to peace would be difficult, but they were determined to find a way to guide the kingdom back to stability. Their experience taught them that even in the darkest times, hope and wisdom could prevail. Rehoboam, swayed by the arrogance of youth, ignored the wisdom of the elders. He responded to the people with threats and pronouncements of even greater burdens. The people were enraged. Their hopes for a just and compassionate ruler were dashed. The seeds of rebellion were sown. Section 5. The Rise of Two Kingdoms. A man named Jeroboam, whom Solomon had exiled years earlier, emerged as the leader of the rebellion. The 10 northern tribes of Israel rallied behind Jeroboam, proclaiming him their king. The kingdom of Israel was torn in two. Only 2 tribes, Judah and Benjamin, remained loyal to Rehoboam, forming the southern kingdom of Judah. Section 6. A Legacy of Discord. The division of the kingdom had far-reaching consequences. It marked the beginning of a long and tumultuous period in Israel's history, marked by conflict, instability, and spiritual decline. The once united and powerful nation was now weakened by internal strife. Section 7. Wisdom's Call Unheeded. Rehoboam's story is a poignant reminder of the importance of seeking wise counsel, especially in positions of leadership. By disregarding the experience and wisdom of the elders, Rehoboam made a decision that had disastrous consequences for himself and his kingdom. Section 8. Seeking Counsel, Finding Direction. Life is full of choices, and we often find ourselves at crossroads, uncertain which path to take. In those moments, it's crucial to seek guidance from those who have walked the path before us, those who possess wisdom and experience. Section 9. A Timeless Lesson. Rehoboam's story, though ancient, holds a timeless lesson for us all. It teaches us the importance of humility, listening to wise counsel, and considering the consequences of our actions. It reminds us that true leadership lies not in wielding power, but in serving others with compassion and understanding.
The Book of Kings tells the story of a man of God from Judah. This man was not just any ordinary individual. He was chosen by God for a very special purpose. His life was about to change in ways he could never have imagined. God called him to a special mission, a mission that would test his faith and courage. The divine call was clear and unmistakable, resonating deep within his soul. He was to go to Bethel, a city in the kingdom of Israel. Bethel was not just any city. It was a place of great significance, both historically and spiritually. It was a city that had once been a center of worship for the true God, but had now fallen into idolatry. Jeroboam, the king of Israel, had set up golden calves there. These idols were meant to divert the people's worship away from the one true God. The golden calves stood as symbols of rebellion and disobedience against God's commandments. He wanted his people to worship them instead of the one true God. This angered God greatly. The skies seemed to echo God's displeasure, darkening with stormy clouds as if nature itself was protesting against this grave sin. The man of God was tasked with delivering a message from God to King Jeroboam. This message was not one of peace, but of judgment. It was a message that would challenge the very foundations of Jeroboam's rule. He was to stand at the altar in Bethel and speak against it. The altar, once a place of holy sacrifices, had become a site of abomination. The man of God was to declare God's judgment upon it. This was a dangerous task, as the king was known for his ruthlessness. Jeroboam was not a ruler who tolerated dissent. His wrath was swift and severe, and many had suffered under his iron-fisted rule. Yet, the man of God obeyed God's call without hesitation. His faith was unwavering, and his resolve was unbreakable. He knew that he was not walking alone. God was with him every step of the way. He knew that God's word had to be proclaimed no matter the cost. The truth had to be spoken, even if it meant facing the wrath of a powerful king. The man of God was prepared to sacrifice everything for the sake of his divine mission. With courage and conviction, he set out on his journey to Bethel. The road ahead was long and fraught with danger, but his heart was steadfast. He was driven by a higher purpose, a calling that transcended all earthly fears. As he walked through the arid landscape, he prayed for strength and guidance, knowing that his mission was of utmost importance. The journey to Bethel was not just a physical one, it was a spiritual pilgrimage, a testament to his unwavering faith and dedication to God's will. Upon arriving in Bethel, the man of God wasted no time. He knew his mission was urgent and his message was of utmost importance. He walked straight into the heart of the city towards the altar where Jeroboam stood. The city was bustling with activity, but his presence commanded attention. With a booming voice, he proclaimed God's judgment against the altar and the king's actions. His words echoed through the streets, reaching the ears of everyone nearby. He declared that the altar would be destroyed and the bones of those who worshiped there would be scattered. His prophecy was clear and unwavering, leaving no room for doubt.
The altar will be destroyed, and the bones of those who worship here will be scattered. His voice carried a weight of authority that silenced the murmurs of the crowd.
To prove that his words were truly from God, a miracle happened. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as the man of God continued to speak. As the man of God spoke, the altar split in two. The sound of the cracking stone was deafening, and the sight was awe-inspiring. The ashes from the sacrifices spilled onto the ground. This was a powerful sign, a tangible proof of the divine message being delivered. This visible demonstration of God's power left no doubt that the man of God was speaking the truth. The crowd, which had been skeptical moments before, now stood in stunned silence. The people who witnessed this were astonished and terrified. They had never seen such a display of divine intervention, and it shook them to their core. The man of God's message was not just heard, but felt deeply by all who were present. The fear and awe in their eyes spoke volumes about the impact of the miracle they had just witnessed. This event would be remembered for generations, a testament to the power and authority of God's word. King Jeroboam was furious. He saw the man of God as a threat to his authority. He stretched out his hand towards the man of God and commanded his guards to seize him.
Seize him!
But God had other plans. As the king pointed at the man of God, his hand became stiff and withered. He could no longer move it. Fear gripped the king. He realized that he was dealing with a power far greater than himself. Jeroboam, shaken and desperate, pleaded with the man of God.
Intercede with your God for me, that my hand may be restored.
The man of God prayed to God, and the king's hand was healed. Amazed by this act of mercy, Jeroboam invited the man of God to his palace for a meal.
Come home with me and refresh yourself, and let me give you a reward.
However, God had given the man of God specific instructions. He was not to eat or drink anything in Bethel or return by the same road he had come. The man of God, remembering his instructions, firmly refused the king's invitation.
I cannot accept your hospitality.
He knew that obedience to God was paramount, even if it meant refusing the kindness of a king. As the man of God journeyed home, he encountered an old prophet who lived in Bethel. This was no ordinary meeting. It was a crossroads of destiny, where the paths of truth and deception would intertwine.
Come, join me at my house for a meal, for an angel of the Lord appeared to me with a message. The invitation seemed genuine, a warm gesture in a world filled with uncertainty.
This old prophet, however, was not a man of God, but a deceiver. His intentions were shrouded in darkness, and his words were laced with lies.
Yes, the angel instructed me to invite you to my house for a meal. The old prophet's voice was convincing, his demeanor calm and reassuring.
The man of God, trusting in the words of the old prophet, made a grave mistake. He pondered the invitation, weighing the words spoken to him, and decided to trust the old prophet.
If an angel of the Lord has spoken to you, then I will come. His voice was filled with conviction, believing that he was following a divine command.
He disobeyed God's direct command and agreed to eat at the old prophet's house. The decision was made and the path of disobedience was set.
I will dine with you. The words were simple, yet they carried the weight of a fateful choice.
He allowed himself to be swayed by human words instead of clinging to the truth that God had spoken. The man of God, once steadfast in his faith, now found himself entangled in a web of deceit. The old prophet's house, which should have been a place of refuge, became a symbol of his downfall. As they dined together, the man of God could not shake the feeling of unease, a nagging doubt that perhaps he had strayed from his true path. The old prophet's words echoed in his mind, but so did the command of the Lord, creating a storm of conflict within him. This moment of weakness, this single act of disobedience, would lead to consequences far beyond what he could have imagined. The man of God had fallen, not by the sword or by force, but by the subtle and insidious power of deception.
The consequences of the man of God's disobedience were swift and tragic. As he rode home, he encountered a lion on the road. The lion attacked and killed him, leaving his body lying on the path as a stark reminder of the cost of straying from God's commands.
The old prophet, upon hearing of the man of God's death, knew that judgment had fallen. He retrieved the man of God's body and buried it in his own tomb, acknowledging that the man of God had been a true servant of the Lord, despite his one fatal mistake.
The story of the man of God from Judah is a poignant reminder of the importance of unwavering obedience to God. Even though the man of God faithfully delivered God's message and performed miracles, his single act of disobedience cost him his life.
This highlights the gravity of God's commands and the danger of straying from them, even when seemingly reasonable alternatives present themselves. The old prophet's actions, while deceptive, also revealed a glimmer of respect for the man of God and his connection to the divine. His burial of the man of God and his prophecy that a true servant of God was laid to rest there acknowledged the authenticity of the man of God's calling and the tragedy of his downfall. The story also underscores the enduring power of God's word. Despite Jeroboam's initial defiance and the tragic end of the man of God, the prophecy against the altar in Bethel ultimately came to pass. This demonstrates that God's word always prevails, even in the face of human opposition. The tale stands as a stark warning against idolatry and the worship of false gods. Jeroboam's actions, driven by political ambition and fear, led his people astray and incurred God's judgment. The shattered altar serves as a visual reminder of the consequences of turning away from the one true God. Centuries later, the story of the man of God from Judah continues to resonate with believers today. It reminds us that God's commands are not arbitrary, but are given for our good and His glory. It compels us to examine our own lives and ensure that we are walking in obedience to God's will. The story also highlights the ever-present danger of deception. Just as the old prophet led the man of God astray, we too face countless distractions and deceptions that can lead us away from God's truth. The story encourages us to be discerning, to test everything against the unchanging standard of God's word, and to remain steadfast in our faith, even when faced with challenges or temptations.
The kingdom of Israel was once united under King Solomon. This period was marked by prosperity, peace, and a strong central government. Solomon's reign was a golden age for Israel, with the construction of the magnificent temple in Jerusalem and the expansion of trade and alliances with neighboring nations. Solomon was known for his wisdom and wealth. His judgments were renowned, and his wealth was legendary, attracting visitors from far and wide, including the Queen of Sheba, who came to test his wisdom with hard questions. Solomon's wisdom was a gift from God, and it brought him great fame and respect. However, he strayed from God in his later years. Solomon's heart turned away from the Lord as he married many foreign women who brought their gods with them. He built high places for these gods, leading Israel into idolatry. This angered God, who had appeared to Solomon twice, warning him to remain faithful. As a result, the kingdom was divided after Solomon's death. The United Kingdom split into two, the northern kingdom of Israel and the southern kingdom of Judah. This division weakened the once strong nation, making it vulnerable to external threats and internal strife. Jeroboam, a strong and ambitious man, rose to power. He had been a servant of Solomon and was recognized for his leadership abilities. A prophet named Ahijah had foretold that Jeroboam would rule over 10 of the 12 tribes of Israel, and this prophecy came to pass after Solomon's death. He became the king of the northern kingdom, which kept the name Israel. Jeroboam established his capital in Shechem and later in Penuel. His reign marked the beginning of a new era for the northern tribes, separate from the house of David in Judah. Jeroboam had a chance to lead his people in a new direction. He could have established a kingdom that honored God and followed his commandments. The opportunity to create a just and prosperous society was within his grasp. He could have learned from Solomon's mistakes. By avoiding idolatry and remaining faithful to God, Jeroboam could have secured his kingdom and ensured its prosperity. The lessons of the past were clear, and the path to success was laid out before him. But sadly, he chose a different path. Jeroboam feared that if his people continued to go to Jerusalem to worship, they would return their loyalty to the house of David. To prevent this, he set up golden calves in Bethel and Dan, leading Israel into sin. His actions brought about God's judgment, and his dynasty was ultimately doomed. Jeroboam's reign seemed secure. He had power and influence, yet beneath the surface, trouble brewed. His young son fell ill. The illness was severe, and Jeroboam feared for his son's life. In his desperation, Jeroboam turned to religion. He remembered Ahijah, a prophet of God. Ahijah had previously prophesied Jeroboam's rise to power. Now the king hoped for another favorable prophecy, one that would save his son. Jeroboam, the king of Israel, was deeply troubled. He feared that his actions had angered God and that his reign was in jeopardy. Desperate for answers, he decided to seek the counsel of the prophet Ahijah. However, Jeroboam was afraid to be recognized, knowing that his reputation and identity could influence the prophecy he would receive. To avoid detection, he sent his wife in disguise to consult Ahijah, hoping that the prophet would not see through the ruse. Jeroboam's wife, cloaked in secrecy, approached Ahijah with a heavy heart. She carried gifts and offerings, hoping to receive a favorable prophecy that would assure her husband's continued rule. The journey was fraught with anxiety as she knew the gravity of the situation. Every step she took was laden with the weight of her husband's fears and the future of their kingdom. She hoped to receive a good prophecy without revealing her true identity, believing that anonymity would protect them from a harsh judgment. Ahijah, though old and blind, was a man of great wisdom and spiritual insight. Despite his physical blindness, he possessed a clarity of vision that came from his deep connection with God. As Jeroboam's wife entered his presence, Ahijah, guided by divine revelation, immediately recognized her. He knew who she was and the true purpose of her visit, even though she was disguised. This recognition was not of human perception, but of divine insight, a testament to Ahijah's prophetic gift. With a voice filled with authority and sorrow, Ahijah delivered a message from God. It was a message that Jeroboam did not want to hear. The prophet spoke of the consequences of Jeroboam's actions, the divine judgment that was to come. He revealed that Jeroboam's sins had not gone unnoticed, and that the kingdom would be torn from his grasp. The words were heavy with the weight of divine truth, a truth that could not be escaped or ignored. In a dramatic and symbolic act, Ahijah tore his cloak into 12 pieces. This act was a powerful visual representation of the division that was to come. Each piece of the torn cloak symbolized a tribe of Israel, and the tearing signified the fracturing of the kingdom. It was a vivid and unforgettable image, one that conveyed the seriousness of Jeroboam's transgressions and the inevitable consequences of his actions. Ahijah's prophecy did not end with the tearing of the cloak. He went on to reveal the specific sins of Jeroboam that had led to this divine judgment. Chief among these was the creation of golden calves for worship, a direct violation of God's commandments. Jeroboam had led the Israelites astray, encouraging them to worship idols instead of the one true God. This act of idolatry was a grave sin, one that had severe repercussions for the entire nation. The prophet's words were a stark reminder of the importance of faithfulness and the dire consequences of turning away from God's path. Ahijah prophesied disaster for Jeroboam's family. His sick son would die, and his lineage would be cut short. The kingdom of Israel would face turmoil and eventually be destroyed. This was a heavy price to pay for disobedience. The prophecy was soon fulfilled. Jeroboam's son died, marking the beginning of his family's downfall. The kingdom of Israel continued down a path of idolatry and wickedness. Jeroboam's actions had dire consequences for himself and his people. Meanwhile, in the southern kingdom of Judah, Rehoboam, Solomon's son, ruled. He too made mistakes. However, Rehoboam eventually humbled himself before God. He led Judah back to God's ways. While Judah also faced challenges, it experienced more stability and blessing than Israel. Rehoboam's willingness to listen to God and repent from his mistakes spared Judah from the immediate destruction that befell Israel. Section 6. Obedience and Rebellion, Lessons from 2 Kings. The contrasting reigns of Jeroboam and Rehoboam offer valuable lessons. Jeroboam, despite witnessing God's power, chose to follow his own desires. This led to his downfall and the suffering of his people. Rehoboam, though initially disobedient, eventually chose the path of repentance and obedience. His actions brought relative peace and stability to Judah. These stories highlight the importance of choosing faith over fear and obedience over self-reliance. Section 7. The Enduring Power of Divine Commandments. The story of Ahijah's prophecy reminds us that God's commands are not arbitrary. They are deeply rooted in wisdom and love, designed to guide us through the complexities of life. Ahijah, a prophet in ancient Israel, delivered messages that were not just for his time but for all generations. His words echoed the timeless truth that divine commandments are meant to protect and bless us. They are given for our good and well-being. Just as a shepherd leads his flock to green pastures and still waters, so do God's commandments lead us to a life of peace and fulfillment. The imagery of a family sharing a meal together in ancient times symbolizes the harmony and unity that come from living according to divine principles. When we obey God, we experience His blessings and protection. The celebration of a harvest is a powerful metaphor for the abundance that follows obedience. Just as the earth yields its fruits to those who cultivate it with care, so does life yield its blessings to those who follow divine guidance. The act of a family gathered in prayer before a meal signifies gratitude and recognition of the source of all good things. Disobedience, on the other hand, leads to consequences. The approaching storm represents the turmoil and challenges that arise when we stray from the path set by divine commandments. The distress of the people in the ancient village serves as a stark reminder that ignoring these timeless principles can lead to chaos and suffering. This is not because God is vengeful, but because our choices have natural consequences. The wise elder teaching a group illustrates the importance of understanding and wisdom in making choices. The ancient judge deliberating in a court setting symbolizes justice and the natural order of cause and effect. Our actions, whether in alignment with or against divine commandments, inevitably shape our experiences and outcomes. Choosing to ignore God's ways ultimately leads us away from the source of life and blessing. The lone traveler in the barren desert and the person lost in the dense forest both depict the isolation and confusion that come from turning away from divine guidance. These images serve as poignant reminders that true fulfillment and direction are found in adhering to the commandments that have stood the test of time. Section 8. Beyond the text, applying ancient wisdom today. The lessons from Ahijah's prophecy are timeless. They apply to us today just as much as they did in ancient Israel. We all face choices that determine the course of our lives. When we choose to follow God's guidance, we choose life, blessing, and purpose. When we choose to go our own way, we risk losing sight of what truly matters. The choice is ours. Section 9, Conclusion, Choosing Faithfulness. The story of Ahijah, Jeroboam, and Rehoboam is a powerful reminder of the importance of faithfulness to God. It is a story of choices and consequences, of obedience and rebellion. May we learn from the past and choose to walk in God's ways. May we experience the fullness of His love, grace, and blessing as we seek to honor Him with our lives. 1 Kings 15 plunges us into the turbulent world of the divided monarchy, a period marked by political upheaval and spiritual decline. This chapter of the Bible provides a vivid portrayal of the complexities and challenges faced by the people of Israel and Judah during this era. After Solomon's glorious reign, the kingdom fractured. Solomon's wisdom and wealth had brought unprecedented prosperity, but his death left a power vacuum that led to division and strife. 10 tribes in the north formed Israel, with Jeroboam as their first king. Jeroboam, once a servant of Solomon, capitalized on the discontent among the northern tribes to establish his rule. 2 tribes in the south remained loyal to the Davidic dynasty, forming Judah, ruled by Rehoboam, Solomon's son. Rehoboam's harsh policies and refusal to lighten the burdens imposed by his father led to the secession of the northern tribes. This division was not merely political, it had deep religious and social implications. The northern kingdom of Israel quickly diverged from the religious practices established in Jerusalem, leading to significant cultural and spiritual shifts. This period in Israel's history was marked by instability and conflict. The divided kingdoms frequently clashed both with each other and with neighboring nations, leading to a cycle of warfare and unrest. The kings of Israel often promoted idolatry, leading the people astray from God. Jeroboam, in particular, established alternative places of worship to prevent his subjects from returning to Jerusalem, which further entrenched idolatrous practices. Judah, while not without its flaws, generally remained more faithful to the Lord's covenant. The temple in Jerusalem continued to be the central place of worship, and the Davidic kings often sought to uphold the religious traditions established by their ancestors. The narrative of 1 Kings 15 focuses on 2 kings of Judah, Abijah and Asa. Their reigns, though brief, are significant in understanding the broader context of Judah's history and its relationship with God. Their reigns, though brief, offer valuable insights into the challenges and opportunities faced by the Davidic kings. Abijah's short reign was marked by conflict with Israel, while Asa's longer rule brought religious reforms and relative peace. Their stories highlight the consequences of both obedience and disobedience to God. Abijah's reliance on God during battle brought victory, while Asa's later reliance on foreign alliances led to trouble, underscoring the importance of faithfulness to God's commands. Abijah, Rehoboam's son, ascended to the throne of Judah. His reign, lasting a mere 3 years, was marked by conflict and a continuation of his father's sinful ways. Despite witnessing the division of the kingdom, Abijah failed to learn from Rehoboam's mistakes. He persisted in the same idolatry that had angered the Lord and divided the nation. The writer of Kings doesn't shy away from exposing Abijah's shortcomings. He is explicitly condemned for walking in the sins of his father. This sets a somber tone for his short and ultimately insignificant reign. Even amidst Abijah's unfaithfulness, a glimmer of hope shines through. The chronicler, in a parallel account, records a battle between Abijah and Jeroboam. Even though Abijah was outnumbered, he appealed to God's covenant with David. The Lord granted Judah a decisive victory, demonstrating his faithfulness to his promises, even when his people were disobedient. This victory underscores an important theological point. God's faithfulness to his covenant with David supersedes the faithfulness of David's descendants. Even when the kings of Judah sinned, God remained committed to his promise to establish David's throne forever. Throughout Abijah's reign, the looming threat of Jeroboam, the first king of Israel, persisted. Jeroboam, fearful of his people returning to Jerusalem to worship, had established alternative places of worship in Bethel and Dan. He introduced golden calves, a blatant violation of God's law against idolatry. This apostasy had a profound impact on the northern kingdom. It led to generations of spiritual decline and ultimately contributed to Israel's downfall. The conflict between Judah and Israel was not simply a political power struggle, it was a spiritual battle for the heart of God's people. After Abijah's death, his son Asa assumed the throne of Judah. Unlike his father and grandfather, Asa embarked on a path of religious reform. He recognized the spiritual decay that had infected the kingdom and took decisive action to eradicate idolatry. He removed the pagan altars and high places that had become commonplace. Asa's reforms were not merely superficial. He understood that true worship involved a complete turning away from false gods and a wholehearted devotion to the Lord. He commanded the people to seek the Lord, the God of their fathers, and to keep his law and his commands. Asa's commitment to God was evident in his actions. He didn't just tear down pagan shrines, he actively promoted the worship of the true God. He repaired the altar of the Lord that stood before the vestibule of the temple. He gathered the people together for a time of renewal and recommitment to the covenant. The chronicler describes Asa's reign as a time of peace and prosperity. This wasn't merely a coincidence. Asa's faithfulness to God resulted in blessings for both him and the nation. His reign serves as a powerful reminder that obedience to God brings about his favor and protection. The peace that Judah enjoyed under Asa's reign was not to last. A new threat emerged from the north in the form of Baasha, the king of Israel. Baasha, like Jeroboam before him, continued in idolatry and hostility towards Judah. He fortified the city of Ramah, a strategic location on the border between the two kingdoms, to prevent the people from going to Jerusalem. Baasha's actions were a direct challenge to Asa's authority and a threat to the religious reforms he had instituted. Asa, facing a formidable enemy, was forced to make a crucial decision that would have far-reaching consequences. In a moment of desperation, Asa, the king of Judah, found himself in a precarious situation. His kingdom was under threat from Baasha, the king of Israel, who had fortified Ramah to control the movement and trade of Judah. Feeling the pressure and seeing no other way out, Asa turned to Ben-Hadad, the king of Aram, for help. Asa sent Ben-Hadad a large tribute of silver and gold from the temple treasury, a sacred place meant for worship and offerings to God. He urged Ben-Hadad to break his treaty with Baasha and come to Judah's aid, hoping that this alliance would save his kingdom from imminent danger. Ben-Hadad agreed to Asa's request. He launched attacks on the cities of Israel, forcing Baasha to withdraw from Ramah to defend his own territory. This strategic move by Asa seemed to work perfectly as the immediate threat to Judah was neutralized. However, while Asa's strategy proved successful in the short term, it was a grave misstep in the eyes of God. By relying on a foreign king and using the temple treasures for political gain, Asa demonstrated a lack of faith in God's ability to deliver him from his enemies. This act of desperation and lack of faith had lasting consequences for Asa and his kingdom. The misuse of the temple treasures, which were meant to honor God, for political maneuvering was seen as a significant transgression. As we will see in the subsequent chapters of 1 Kings, Asa's decision to rely on human alliances rather than divine intervention led to a series of events that would shape the future of Judah. This story serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of faith and the consequences of straying from divine guidance. 1 Kings 15 concludes with a brief account of the end of Asa's reign. This chapter is rich with lessons that span the lives of two kings, Abijah and Asa, whose stories are intertwined with themes of faith, obedience, and the consequences of turning away from God. Asa, despite his many years of faithful service, suffered from a severe foot disease in his old age. This ailment was not just a physical affliction, but also a spiritual test. In his suffering, Asa chose to seek help from physicians rather than turning to the Lord for healing. This decision marked a significant moment in his life, highlighting a lapse in his otherwise steadfast faith. This final detail serves as a poignant reminder that even the most righteous individuals can falter in their faith. It underscores the importance of continually seeking God, especially in times of distress and uncertainty. Asa's story teaches us that reliance on human wisdom and resources, while sometimes necessary, should never replace our dependence on divine guidance and intervention. The reigns of Abijah and Asa offer a stark contrast between the consequences of obedience and disobedience. Abijah, who followed in the sinful footsteps of his father Rehoboam, continued in idolatry and led the people away from God. His reign was marked by conflict and instability, a direct result of his disobedience and lack of faith. Abijah's persistence in idolatry brought about divine disfavor. Despite his brief moments of calling upon the Lord during battles, his overall reign was characterized by a failure to fully commit to God. This half-hearted devotion led to a reign that was short and unremarkable, serving as a cautionary tale for those who waver in their faith. His reign was short and unremarkable, a stark contrast to what could have been achieved had he fully devoted himself to the Lord. The brevity and lack of impact of Abijah's rule stand as a testament to the consequences of a divided heart. Asa, on the other hand, turned to the Lord with all his heart. His reign was marked by significant religious reforms, the removal of idols, and a return to the worship of the true God. Asa's wholehearted devotion brought about a period of peace and prosperity for the kingdom, demonstrating the blessings that come with faithful obedience. However, Asa's later years were marred by his reliance on Ben-Hadad, the king of Aram, for military support. This alliance, while politically advantageous, was a departure from his earlier reliance on God. It serves as a cautionary tale, reminding us that even the most faithful can stumble when they shift their trust from God to human alliances. The narrative of 1 Kings 15 challenges us to examine our own lives. It prompts us to reflect on where we place our trust and how we respond to trials and tribulations. Are we quick to seek human solutions, or do we turn to God first and foremost? Are we following in the footsteps of Abijah, clinging to sin and disobedience and experiencing the turmoil that comes with it? Abijah's story warns us of the dangers of half-hearted devotion and the inevitable consequences of turning away from God. Or are we striving to emulate Asa's example, seeking the Lord with all our hearts and experiencing the blessings that come with faithful obedience? Asa's life encourages us to remain steadfast in our faith, to seek God in all circumstances, and to trust in his provision and guidance. The choice is ours, and the consequences will be eternal. The stories of Abijah and Asa serve as powerful reminders of the importance of our choices and the lasting impact they have on our lives and our relationship with God. Let us choose wisely, seeking the Lord with all our hearts and walking in his ways. The Lord spoke. He spoke through his prophet Jehu, son of Hanani. Jehu was known for his unwavering dedication to the Lord, a man who carried the weight of divine messages with a stern resolve. His words were directed at Baasha, king of Israel. Baasha, who had ascended to the throne through treachery and bloodshed, now faced the judgment of the Almighty. Baasha had done evil in the sight of the Lord. His reign was marked by idolatry and corruption, a stark contrast to the righteousness that the Lord demanded. He walked in the ways of Jeroboam, leading Israel astray. Jeroboam, the first king of the divided Israel, had set a precedent of sin that Baasha followed without hesitation. Jehu's voice boomed with the weight of the Lord's displeasure. His words were not just a rebuke, but a divine decree echoing through the halls of Baasha's palace. He recounted Baasha's rise to power. From a lowly position, Baasha had been lifted up by the Lord's providence, given an opportunity to lead and to serve. He reminded Baasha that he was once a nobody, lifted from the dust to rule Israel. This elevation was meant to be a blessing, a chance to bring the nation back to righteousness. But instead of gratitude, Baasha chose wickedness. He indulged in the luxuries of his position, forgetting the humble beginnings from which he came. Baasha had shed innocent blood. His reign was stained with violence and treachery, acts that cried out for divine retribution. He had provoked the Lord to anger. The Lord, who is slow to anger and abounding in love, had reached the limit of his patience with Baasha's persistent evil. The consequences would be severe. Jehu's message was clear. The Lord's judgment was imminent, and it would be devastating. The Lord, through Jehu, declared that Baasha's dynasty would not last. His lineage, which he hoped would secure his legacy, was doomed. His sons and grandsons would be cut off. The future he envisioned for his family would be abruptly and violently ended. Their fate would be like that of Jeroboam's house, utterly destroyed. The house of Baasha would be left in ruins, a testament to the consequences of defying the Lord. Baasha's story was one of ambition and treachery. He was not born a king, he was a common soldier, a man of humble origins. But ambition burned within him, a desire for power that knew no bounds. He saw weakness in King Nadab, son of Jeroboam. He saw an opportunity to seize the throne for himself. Baasha assassinated Nadab. He ruthlessly eliminated all potential rivals, securing his position as the new king of Israel. He reigned for 24 years, but his rule was marked by a departure from the ways of the Lord. He continued the sinful practices of Jeroboam, leading the Israelites into idolatry. He established new centers of worship, encouraging the people to turn away from the one true God. The Lord does not tolerate wickedness forever. Baasha's actions had consequences. The prophecy of Jehu, son of Hanani, came to pass. Baasha's reign came to an end. He died, and his son Elah succeeded him as king. But Baasha's dynasty would not endure. Just as Jehu had foretold, Baasha's descendants were cut off. His son Elah would rule for only a short time. He would meet a violent end, another victim of the cycle of violence and treachery that Baasha himself had set in motion. Elah, Baasha's son, ascended to the throne. He was a young man, unprepared for the burdens of leadership. He lacked his father's cunning and ruthlessness. He indulged in wine and pleasure, neglecting the affairs of the kingdom. His reign was short-lived. Zimri, one of his own officials, plotted against him. Zimri saw Elah's weakness, his vulnerability. He seized his opportunity. He assassinated Elah. He proclaimed himself king, plunging the kingdom into chaos and bloodshed. Section 5. The 7-Day King, Zimri's fleeting reign and fiery end. Zimri's reign was a fleeting moment in Israel's history. He had tasted power, but it would be short-lived. He had eliminated Elah, but he had underestimated the resolve of the Israelite army. The army was away, campaigning against the Philistines. When news of Elah's assassination reached them, they proclaimed Omri, the commander of the army, as king. They marched on Tirzah, the capital city, determined to avenge Elah and depose the usurper Zimri. Zimri's reign lasted a mere 7 days. Facing defeat, he set fire to the royal palace and perished in the flames. Section 6. Omri seizes control, establishing a dynasty, but at what cost? Omri emerged from the chaos as the new king of Israel. He was a capable military leader. He possessed the ruthlessness and ambition necessary to consolidate his power. But he also inherited a kingdom deeply divided. He faced opposition from Tibni, another claimant to the throne. For 6 years, Omri fought to secure his position. He finally defeated Tibni, establishing himself as the undisputed ruler of Israel. He founded a new dynasty, one that would last for 4 generations. But like his predecessors, Omri continued in the sinful ways of Jeroboam. He led the Israelites further astray, provoking the anger of the Lord. Section 7. Ahab's ascent, a new king, a wicked queen, and the worship of Baal. Ahab, son of Omri, succeeded his father to the throne. He would become one of the most infamous kings in Israel's history. He married Jezebel, the daughter of Ethbaal, king of the Sidonians. Jezebel was a woman of fierce ambition and unwavering devotion to Baal, the Canaanite god. Jezebel exerted a powerful influence over Ahab. She encouraged him to embrace the worship of Baal. She introduced pagan practices into Israel. She persecuted the prophets of the Lord. Ahab, under Jezebel's sway, led Israel to new depths of idolatry and wickedness. Section 8. The sins of Ahab, idolatry, injustice, and the prophet Elijah. This section delves into the dark period of Israel's history under King Ahab's rule, marked by rampant idolatry and widespread injustice. Ahab's reign was a time of spiritual darkness for Israel. The people turned away from the worship of the one true God and embraced the worship of false idols, leading to a moral and spiritual decline. He built a temple for Baal in Samaria, the capital city. This temple became a center for idol worship, drawing the people further away from their faith and into practices that were detestable to the Lord. He erected an altar to Baal. This altar was a symbol of the nation's departure from the commandments given to them by God, and it stood as a testament to Ahab's defiance. He made a sacred pole for Asherah, the Canaanite goddess of fertility. This act further entrenched the people in pagan rituals and practices, leading them away from the worship of the Lord. He did more to provoke the Lord God of Israel to anger than all the kings of Israel before him. His actions brought about the Lord's wrath as he led the nation into deeper sin and rebellion. It was during Ahab's reign that the prophet Elijah emerged. Elijah was a beacon of hope and a voice of truth in a time of great darkness. He was called by God to confront the evil that had taken root in the land. Elijah was a man of God, a fearless spokesperson for the one true God. He confronted Ahab with boldness, declaring the word of the Lord and calling the people to repentance. He challenged the prophets of Baal to a contest on Mount Carmel. This dramatic showdown was meant to demonstrate the power of the true God over the false gods that the people had been worshipping. He exposed the emptiness of their idols. The prophets of Baal were unable to call down fire from heaven, revealing the impotence of their gods and the futility of their worship. He brought fire down from heaven, consuming the sacrifice offered to the Lord. This miraculous event proved the supremacy of the God of Israel and led the people to acknowledge the one true God. Section 9. Jericho's rebirth, a city restored, a curse defied. Amidst the spiritual darkness of Ahab's reign, there was a glimmer of hope. The land was shrouded in idolatry and moral decay, yet even in such times, stories of resilience and faith emerged. Heel, the Bethelite, a man of ambition and perhaps a touch of defiance, undertook a daring project. He was driven by a vision to restore what was lost, to rebuild what had been destroyed. He decided to rebuild Jericho. This was no small feat. It was a monumental task that required immense resources and unwavering determination. Jericho, once a mighty city, lay in ruins. Its walls, which had once stood tall and proud, were now nothing but rubble and dust. It had been destroyed by Joshua, the successor of Moses, centuries earlier. The city's fall was a testament to the power and judgment of God. Joshua had placed a curse on anyone who dared to rebuild it. This curse was a solemn warning, a divine decree that was not to be taken lightly. Heel, undeterred, ignored the curse. His ambition and desire to see Jericho restored overshadowed any fear of divine retribution. He rebuilt Jericho, but at a terrible cost. The city rose from its ashes, but the price paid was steep and heart-wrenching. He lost his eldest son, Abiram, when he laid the foundation of the city, a tragic fulfillment of Joshua's curse, and his youngest son, Segub, died when he set up the gates. The curse had claimed the lives of his children, a stark reminder of the consequences of defying divine warnings. The curse of Joshua had come to pass. The words spoken centuries ago had manifested in a tragic and undeniable way. The rebuilding of Jericho serves as a reminder that God's word is true. His promises are sure. The city, though restored, stood as a testament to the fulfillment of prophecy and the certainty of divine justice. His warnings are not to be taken lightly. The story of Jericho is a powerful lesson in the importance of heeding divine instructions and respecting the boundaries set by God. Even in the midst of wickedness and idolatry, God's justice prevails. The destruction of idols and the enforcement of divine decrees show that no matter how dark the times, divine justice will always find its way. He is sovereign over all. His authority is absolute, and his will is unchangeable. The story of Jericho is a testament to his enduring power and the certainty of his word.
Elijah was a man of God. He was a prophet, chosen to deliver God's messages to the people. His life was dedicated to serving the Lord and guiding the people back to righteousness. Elijah's faith was unwavering, and his trust in God was absolute. He lived in a time when people had turned away from God. They worshipped idols, forsaking the one true God for false deities made of stone and wood. This idolatry spread like a plague, corrupting the hearts and minds of the people. The once vibrant temples dedicated to God lay in ruins, and the land was filled with sorrow and despair. This made God sad, for he loved his people and desired their return to him. The land became dry and barren. There was no rain for many months, and the earth cracked under the relentless sun. The rivers and streams dried up, leaving behind only parched riverbeds and wilting plants. The people were hungry, their crops failing and their livestock perishing. The famine brought great suffering, and the cries of the people reached the heavens. In their desperation, they began to question their choices and the gods they had turned to. God spoke to Elijah, instructing him to go to the Kerith ravine, east of the Jordan. This place, though rugged and arid, was chosen by God as a sanctuary for his prophet. Elijah, obedient and faithful, set out on his journey, trusting in God's plan. The path was difficult and the landscape harsh, but Elijah's faith never wavered. God said, "I will provide for you there." Elijah trusted God completely. He knew that God's promises were true and that he would not abandon him. In the solitude of the ravine, Elijah found peace and solace, his heart filled with the assurance of God's provision. He knew God would take care of him. Each day, ravens brought him bread and meat, and he drank from the brook. Despite the desolation around him, Elijah was sustained by God's miraculous provision. His faith grew stronger, and he became a beacon of hope for the people, a testament to the power and faithfulness of God. In the midst of drought and famine, Elijah's unwavering trust in God shone brightly, a light in the darkness. Elijah went to the Kerith ravine. It was a hidden place. He was alone, but he was not afraid. God kept his promise. He sent ravens to feed Elijah. Every morning and evening, the ravens brought him bread and meat. Elijah drank from the brook. God provided for all his needs. He knew Elijah was faithful. The brook eventually dried up. The drought was severe. God spoke to Elijah again. He said, "Go to Zarephath. There is a widow there. I have commanded her to provide for you." Elijah obeyed. He found the widow gathering sticks. He asked her for some water. As she went to get it, he called out, "Please bring me a piece of bread too." The widow was poor. She lived in a small, humble home with her young son. Every day was a struggle to find enough food to survive. The land was in the grip of a severe drought, and resources were scarce. The widow had no husband to provide for her, and she was left to fend for herself and her child. Her heart was heavy with worry and fear for the future. She only had a handful of flour and a little oil. These meager provisions were all that stood between her and starvation. Each day, she would look at the dwindling supplies and wonder how much longer they could last. The flour and oil were kept in small, worn containers, a stark reminder of their dire situation. She would often pray for a miracle, hoping that somehow they would find a way to survive. "I am going to make one last meal for myself and my son," she said. "Then we will starve." Her voice trembled as she spoke, the weight of her words hanging heavy in the air. Her son, too young to fully understand, looked up at her with innocent eyes, trusting that his mother would somehow make everything all right. She gathered the flour and oil, her hands shaking as she prepared what she believed would be their final meal together. Elijah told her not to be afraid. The prophet had come to her in her darkest hour, bringing with him a message of hope. He saw the fear in her eyes and the desperation in her heart. With a calm and reassuring voice, he spoke to her, telling her that she need not fear. His presence brought a sense of peace, a glimmer of hope that perhaps all was not lost. God said the jar of flour will not be used up and the jug of oil will not run dry, he said. The widow believed Elijah. His words were like a lifeline, pulling her from the depths of despair. She listened intently, her heart filling with a renewed sense of faith. Could it be true? Could the God of Israel really provide for her and her son in such a miraculous way? She chose to believe, clinging to the hope that Elijah's words would come to pass. She did as he asked. With a heart full of faith, she took the last of her flour and oil and began to prepare a meal. Each movement was deliberate, each action a testament to her belief in the promise she had been given. As she cooked, she prayed, asking for strength and provision. And as she poured the oil and mixed the flour, she noticed something miraculous. The flour did not run out, and the oil continued to flow. Day after day, the miracle persisted, and the widow and her son were sustained. The promise had been fulfilled, and their faith had been rewarded. The widow, her son, and Elijah ate for many days. The flour and oil never ran out. It was a miracle from God. He was taking care of them. Then one day the widow's son became very sick. He stopped breathing. The widow was devastated. She cried out to Elijah, "What have you done to me? Have you come to bring my sin upon me by taking my son?" Elijah took the boy from his mother. The mother, with tears streaming down her face, reluctantly let go of her child, her heart heavy with worry and sorrow. She watched as Elijah, the prophet she had come to trust, gently cradled her son in his arms. The boy was lifeless, his small body limp and unresponsive. The mother's hope clung to Elijah's faith, believing that he could intercede on her behalf. He carried him to the upper room. Each step Elijah took was deliberate and filled with purpose. The stone steps were cold and rough beneath his feet, but he barely noticed. His mind was focused on the task ahead. The upper room was a place of solitude and prayer, a sanctuary where he had often sought God's guidance. As he ascended, he whispered prayers under his breath, asking for divine intervention. He laid him on the bed. The room was simple, with a small bed in the corner. Elijah gently placed the boy on the bed, arranging his limbs carefully. The child's face was pale, and his chest did not rise or fall. Elijah's heart ached for the boy and his grieving mother. He knew that only a miracle could bring the child back to life. He took a deep breath, preparing himself for the prayer that would follow. Then Elijah cried out to God, "Lord my God, have you brought tragedy on this widow while she is giving me shelter?" His voice was filled with emotion, a mixture of desperation and faith. He knelt beside the bed, his hands clasped tightly together. The room was silent except for his fervent prayers. Elijah's mind raced with thoughts of the widow's kindness and the boy's innocent life. He pleaded with God to show mercy and restore the child's life. He stretched himself out on the boy 3 times. Each time he felt a surge of hope and determination. Elijah's actions were symbolic, a physical manifestation of his deep faith and unwavering belief in God's power. He knew that God had the ability to perform miracles, and he was willing to do whatever it took to invoke that divine intervention. The boy's body remained still, but Elijah did not lose hope. He prayed with all his heart. Elijah's prayers grew more intense, his voice rising and falling with emotion. He poured out his soul, begging God to hear his plea. The room seemed to vibrate with the intensity of his faith. Elijah's mind was filled with memories of God's past miracles, and he clung to the belief that another miracle was possible. His heart ached for the boy and his mother, and he prayed with a fervor that came from the depths of his being. He begged God to return the boy's life. Elijah's voice was hoarse from his prayers, but he did not stop. He knew that the boy's life depended on his faith and persistence. He begged God to show mercy, to bring the child back to life. The room was filled with a sense of urgency, as if the very air was charged with the power of Elijah's prayers. He could feel the presence of God, and he knew that his prayers were being heard. Elijah trusted in God's power. Despite the overwhelming odds, Elijah's faith never wavered. He knew that God was capable of performing miracles, and he trusted that his prayers would be answered. He looked upward, his eyes filled with hope and determination. The room was silent, but Elijah could feel the presence of God all around him. He knew that he had done everything he could, and now it was in God's hands. He waited, his heart filled with faith and hope. God heard Elijah's prayer. He answered him. The boy's life returned. He began to breathe again. Elijah took the boy downstairs. He gave him back to his mother. "Look," he said, "your son is alive." The widow was overjoyed and filled with gratitude. She knew deep in her heart that God was real. She said to Elijah, "Now I know that you are a man of God and that the word of the Lord from your mouth is the truth." She had seen God's power firsthand. Her faith had grown strong and unwavering. God had provided for her and her son abundantly. He had even brought her beloved son back to life. The story of Elijah and the widow teaches us about faith. Even in difficult times, God will provide for us. He will never leave us or forsake us. We must trust in his plan. He is always with us. When we are obedient and trust in God, he can do amazing things in our lives. He can perform miracles. He is a God of love and provision.
The land of Israel was very dry. The sun beat down mercilessly, and the once fertile fields had turned into barren wastelands. The rivers and streams had dried up, leaving nothing but parched earth and dust in their wake. There was no rain for a long time. The skies remained clear with not a single cloud in sight. The drought had lasted for months and the people were beginning to lose hope. They looked to the heavens, praying for a miracle that seemed never to come. The people were hungry because their crops died. The once lush fields of wheat and barley were now nothing but withered stalks. The livestock, which had once roamed freely and provided sustenance, lay lifeless on the ground. The famine was severe and the people were desperate. It was a terrible time. Families huddled together, sharing what little food they had left. Children cried out in hunger and parents felt helpless. The land that had once flowed with milk and honey was now a place of suffering and despair. A prophet named Elijah knew why this was happening. He was a man of God, and he understood that the drought was a punishment for the people's sins. Elijah had spent many hours in prayer, seeking guidance and wisdom from the Lord. The people had turned away from the one true God. They had abandoned their faith and had begun to worship false idols. The altars of the Lord were in ruins, and the people had built altars to Baal, a pagan god. They believed that Baal would bring them rain and prosperity. They were worshiping a false god named Baal. The priests of Baal led the people in rituals and sacrifices, promising them that their devotion would be rewarded. But Baal was a false god, and their prayers went unanswered. The drought continued, and the people's suffering grew. Elijah knew he had to do something. He could not stand by and watch his people suffer. He felt a burning conviction in his heart, a call to action. He knew that he had to confront the king and the people, to show them the error of their ways and to lead them back to the true God. God told him to go and speak to King Ahab. Ahab was the ruler of Israel, and he had led the people into idolatry. Elijah knew that this would be a dangerous mission, but he trusted in the Lord's protection. He set out for the palace, determined to deliver God's message. Elijah was a brave man. He had faced many challenges in his life, but this was perhaps the greatest. He knew that speaking out against the king could cost him his life, but he was willing to take that risk. His faith in God gave him the strength and courage he needed. He knew Ahab was a wicked king. Ahab had married Jezebel, a foreign queen who had brought the worship of Baal to Israel. Together they had led the nation into sin. Ahab was known for his cruelty and his willingness to do whatever it took to maintain his power. He knew it was dangerous to speak against him. The king's wrath was feared by all, and many prophets had been killed for less. But Elijah was not afraid. He stood before Ahab with unwavering resolve, ready to deliver the message that God had given him. But Elijah trusted God more than he feared Ahab. He knew that the Lord was with him, and that gave him the confidence to speak the truth. Elijah's faith was unshakable, and he believed that God would use him to bring about a great change in the land of Israel. Ahab had a servant named Obadiah. Obadiah was a good man. He believed in the true God. He secretly helped God's prophets even when Ahab tried to hurt them. One day Elijah met Obadiah. Elijah told him, "Go and tell Ahab that I am here." Obadiah was afraid. He knew Ahab would be angry, but Elijah insisted. Obadiah obeyed. He found Ahab and told him Elijah was waiting. Ahab went to meet Elijah. He was furious. He blamed Elijah for the drought. Elijah looked at Ahab and said, "I have not troubled Israel. You and your family have troubled Israel by worshiping Baal." Then Elijah challenged Ahab and his prophets. He said, "Let us have a contest. You bring your prophets of Baal. I will stand alone for the Lord. We will each prepare a sacrifice. The God who answers by fire, he is the true God." The next day everyone gathered on Mount Carmel. The people, the prophets of Baal, Ahab, and Elijah all stood together. It was time to see who the true God was. 2 altars were built, one for Baal and one for the Lord. The prophets of Baal prepared their sacrifice. They laid the wood and the bull on the altar. The prophets of Baal began to pray. They shouted and danced. They even cut themselves with knives. They begged Baal to send fire from heaven, but nothing happened. They prayed all morning. The sun rose higher in the sky. Still there was no answer. Elijah mocked them. He said, "Shout louder, maybe Baal is sleeping, maybe he is traveling, maybe he will hear you if you make enough noise." Finally, it was Elijah's turn. The moment had arrived, and all eyes were on him. The tension in the air was palpable as the crowd watched in anticipation. Elijah, the prophet of the Lord, stepped forward with a calm and resolute demeanor. He knew what he had to do, and he was ready to demonstrate the power of his God. He rebuilt the altar of the Lord. The stones were carefully placed, each one symbolizing the 12 tribes of Israel. He prepared the sacrifice meticulously, ensuring everything was in its proper place. The altar stood as a testament to his faith and dedication. Then, he did something strange. Something that no one expected. He paused, taking a moment to gather his thoughts and focus his mind. The crowd murmured in confusion, wondering what he was planning to do next. He asked the people to help him. This was not a task he could accomplish alone. He needed their assistance, their participation. It was a communal effort, a collective act of faith. The people responded, coming together to support him in this sacred endeavor. They poured buckets of water over the wood and the sacrifice. The water flowed freely, drenching everything. It seemed counterintuitive, soaking the wood that was meant to be burned. But Elijah had a purpose, a plan that was beyond their understanding. They poured until the trench around the altar was full of water. The ground was saturated, the altar soaked. Then Elijah prayed. He didn't shout, he didn't dance. There was no need for theatrics or grand gestures. His faith was strong, his belief unwavering. He simply said, "Lord God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, let it be known this day that you are God in Israel and that I am your servant." His words were clear and concise, a direct appeal to the Almighty. He sought to prove not only his own faith, but to show the people the true power of their God. "Answer me, O Lord, answer me, that this people may know that you are the Lord God." His voice carried a sense of urgency, a deep longing for divine intervention. He wanted the people to witness the miracle, to understand the truth, and to turn their hearts back to the Lord. The moment was charged with expectation, as everyone waited to see how God would respond to Elijah's simple, yet profound prayer. Suddenly, fire fell from heaven. The fire burned up the sacrifice, the wood, the stones, the dust, even the water in the trench. The people were amazed. They fell on their faces and cried out, "The Lord, He is God! The Lord, He is God!" They had seen the power of the true God. Elijah turned to the people. He said, "Seize the prophets of Baal, let none of them escape." The people seized the false prophets and took them away. The people had made their choice. They had seen the truth. Baal was a false god. The Lord was the one true God. Then Elijah told Ahab, "Go up, eat and drink, for there is the sound of abundance of rain." This proclamation was bold, considering the land had been parched by drought for years. The people were desperate, the crops had failed, and the rivers had dried up. Yet, Elijah, with unwavering faith, declared that rain was imminent. Ahab went to eat, but Elijah went to the top of Carmel and bowed down on the ground, putting his face between his knees. Elijah prayed fervently for rain, his heart heavy with the burden of his people's suffering. He knew that only divine intervention could bring the much-needed relief. The sky was still clear and there was no sign of rain, but Elijah's faith did not waver. He sent his servant to look toward the sea. The servant, though skeptical, obeyed Elijah's command. He climbed to a vantage point and scanned the horizon but saw nothing but the vast, empty expanse of the ocean. He returned to Elijah with a report of clear skies. 7 times the servant went. Each time he returned with the same disappointing news. Yet Elijah remained steadfast. He continued to pray, his faith unshaken by the repeated reports of clear skies. The servant, though weary, continued to obey, climbing the hill and scanning the horizon again and again. Finally he said, "There is a cloud, as small as a man's hand, rising out of the sea." This small sign was enough for Elijah. He knew that this tiny cloud was the beginning of the fulfillment of God's promise. The servant, though still doubtful, could not deny the sight of the small cloud on the horizon. Elijah said, "Go, say to Ahab, prepare your chariot and go down before the rain stops you." Elijah's urgency was clear. He knew that the small cloud would soon grow into a mighty storm. The servant hurried to deliver the message, his heart pounding with the anticipation of the coming rain. And it came to pass in a little while that the heavens were black with clouds and wind, and there was a great rain. The sky, which had been clear for so long, was now filled with dark, swirling clouds. The wind picked up and the first drops of rain began to fall. The parched earth soaked up the rain eagerly, and the people rejoiced. Ahab rode and went to Jezreel. The drought was over, the land was healed, the rivers began to flow again, and the crops started to grow. The people who had been on the brink of despair now had hope. They saw the power of God in the rain that fell from the sky. The people had returned to God. They realized that it was their faith and their prayers that had brought the rain. They gathered together to give thanks, their hearts filled with gratitude. The community, once divided by the hardships of the drought, was now united in their faith. Elijah's faith and courage had saved them. He had stood firm in his belief, even when the situation seemed hopeless. His unwavering faith had been rewarded, and the people saw him as a true leader. They looked to him for guidance, knowing that his faith in God was unshakable. He showed them the power of the one true God. The storm had passed, and the sky was now clear. The sun broke through the clouds, casting a golden light over the land. The people looked up, their hearts filled with awe and reverence. They knew that they had witnessed a miracle, and their faith was stronger than ever.
Elijah was a man of God, a prophet of unwavering faith, yet even he felt the sting of fear. Jezebel, the queen, threatened his life. Fear propelled him into the wilderness. He fled for his life. The journey was arduous. The desert sun beat down mercilessly. Elijah was exhausted, both physically and emotionally. He had poured his heart and soul into his mission. He had confronted kings and challenged evil, but now he felt alone, afraid and utterly depleted. He reached Beersheba, a desolate outpost. Leaving his servant behind, he ventured further into the wilderness. He was a man running from his fears, seeking solace in solitude. His spirit, once a beacon of strength, now flickered with uncertainty. The vast emptiness of the wilderness mirrored the emptiness in Elijah's heart. He stumbled through the desolate landscape, each step heavy with despair. Finally, he collapsed under a solitary broom tree. "Enough!" he cried out to the heavens. "Take my life, Lord. I am no better than my ancestors." His words echoed the depth of his anguish. He was spent, broken, and longing for release. The wilderness, once a symbol of God's presence, now felt like a prison of his own making. He curled up under the meager shade of the broom tree. He closed his eyes, seeking oblivion and sleep. He was a man at the edge of his endurance, yearning for the strength to carry on. Sleep came upon Elijah, a heavy cloak of exhaustion. But his slumber was not one of peace. He was troubled, his dreams haunted by his fears. He woke with a start to a gentle touch. An angel stood beside him. "Get up and eat," the angel said, his voice a soothing balm to Elijah's troubled soul. Elijah looked around. There, beside him, was a simple meal, a cake baked on hot stones and a jar of water. He ate and drank, the nourishment restoring his weary body. He lay back down, seeking again the solace of sleep. The angel returned, his presence a reassuring constant. "Get up and eat," the angel repeated, "for the journey is too much for you." Strengthened by the angelic food, Elijah rose. He knew he couldn't outrun his fears. He had to confront them. He set out again, this time with a renewed sense of purpose. His destination, Mount Horeb, the mountain of God. The journey was long and arduous. 40 days and 40 nights he walked. Each step was a testament to his resilience. He was no longer running from his fears, but walking towards his faith. He arrived at Horeb, the mountain where Moses had received the 10 Commandments. It was a place of power, the place where the veil between heaven and earth felt thin. Elijah sought refuge in a cave, his heart heavy with unvoiced questions. Section 5. Whispers in the Wind. As Elijah waited in the silence of the cave, a powerful storm erupted. The wind howled, tearing at the mountain, but God was not in the wind. Then the earth shook, splitting the rocks with its fury. Still, God was not in the earthquake. After the earthquake, a fire swept across the mountainside, but God was not in the fire. Then, after the fire, came a still, small voice, a whisper so soft and gentle, yet so powerful. It shook Elijah to his core. Elijah recognized the voice of God. He wrapped his face in his mantle and stood at the entrance of the cave. God spoke, not in the thunderous roar of nature's fury, but in the quiet whisper of a gentle breeze. "What are you doing here, Elijah?" God asked. His voice, though gentle, carried the weight of eternity. Elijah poured out his heart. He spoke of his fear, his loneliness, his despair. He spoke of the threats, the burdens, the overwhelming sense of hopelessness. God listened patiently. Then he gave Elijah new instructions. He was to anoint Hazael as king of Aram, Jehu as king of Israel, and Elisha as his successor. These tasks gave Elijah a renewed sense of purpose. He was not alone. His work was not done. God's gentle whisper had calmed the storm within him. He emerged from the cave, no longer a prophet defeated, but a man renewed. He was ready to face his fears, to carry out his mission, and to embrace the path laid out before him. Elijah found Elisha, a young man diligently ploughing his field. The sun beat down on him as he worked tirelessly, guiding the oxen through the soil. His hands were calloused and his brow was furrowed with concentration, embodying the spirit of hard work and dedication. Elijah walked up to Elisha and, in a symbolic gesture that would change the course of his life, threw his mantle over him. This act was more than just a simple gesture. It was a profound moment of calling and destiny. The mantle, a symbol of Elijah's prophetic authority and divine mission, was now being passed on. Elisha understood the weight and significance of this act. It was a moment of realization and acceptance of a higher calling. Without hesitation, Elisha left everything behind, his plough, his oxen, his past life, and followed Elijah. This decision marked the beginning of a new journey, one filled with challenges, learning, and spiritual growth. Elisha became Elijah's faithful companion, absorbing the prophet's wisdom and experience. They walked together, talked together, and shared countless moments of teaching and learning. Elisha's dedication to his mentor was unwavering. He witnessed Elijah's miracles, heard his fervent prayers, and saw firsthand the power of unwavering faith. Each miracle was a testament to God's power and a lesson in faith for Elisha. Through these experiences, Elisha was being prepared for the day he would take up the mantle and continue the Lord's work. Elijah's teachings were not just lessons, but preparations for the future. The passing of the mantle wasn't just about a transfer of power. It was a profound moment of spiritual succession, a testament to the enduring nature of faith and the continuity of God's work through generations. This act was a powerful reminder that faith is not confined to one person or one time. It is a living, breathing force that transcends generations, carrying with it the hopes and prayers of those who came before. Even in the darkest of times, even when fear threatens to consume us, God's light continues to shine. It pierces through the darkness, offering hope and guidance. This light is a beacon that passes from one generation to the next, guiding us through the storms of life. It is a symbol of hope, faith, and the enduring legacy of those who have walked the path before us. Elijah's journey reminds us that sometimes the greatest strength is found not in the roar of the storm, but in the stillness of the whisper. It's in the gentle rustle of leaves, the soft murmur of a stream, and the quiet moments of dawn that we often find our deepest strength. It's in those quiet moments of reflection, of prayer, of simply being present with ourselves and our surroundings, of listening to that still small voice within, that we can truly hear our inner wisdom and guidance. It's in these moments of quietude that we find the courage to face our fears, to stand tall against the challenges that life throws our way, and the strength to carry on, even when the path seems steep and the journey long. We all face our own wilderness experiences. These are the times when we feel lost, when the way forward is unclear, moments when fear threatens to overwhelm us, when the weight of uncertainty presses down heavily on our shoulders, when despair casts a long shadow over our hearts, and hope seems but a distant memory. It's in these moments, when the path ahead seems uncertain and the fog of doubt clouds our vision, that we need to remember Elijah's journey. We need to draw inspiration from his story, to seek solace in our faith, to find nourishment in prayer, and to listen for God's gentle guidance in the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Just as God provided for Elijah in the wilderness, offering him sustenance and strength, he will provide for us. He will offer us the sustenance we need, the strength to endure, and the shelter to protect us from the storms of life. He may not always calm the storm, but he will give us the strength to weather it, to stand firm in the face of adversity, and to find peace amidst the chaos. He will be our refuge, our guide, and our source of unwavering hope. In his presence, we find the strength to carry on, the courage to face our fears, and the hope that lights our way, even in the darkest of times. Elijah's journey from despair to renewal is a testament to the enduring power of faith. His story is one of profound transformation, illustrating how even the most desolate moments can be the prelude to a new beginning. Through his trials, Elijah discovered that faith is not just a belief but a lifeline that pulls us from the depths of despair. It reminds us that even in the darkest of times, God is present. His light breaks through the shadows, offering hope and guidance when we need it most. The presence of God is a constant, unwavering force that illuminates our path, even when we feel lost and alone. He hears our cries, he sees our struggles, and he offers us his unwavering support. In moments of solitude and sorrow, we are never truly alone. God's love surrounds us, providing comfort and strength to face our challenges. His support is a reminder that we are valued and cherished, no matter how difficult our journey may seem. Like Elijah, we may find ourselves fleeing from our fears, seeking solace in solitude. The wilderness can be a place of refuge, a sanctuary where we confront our innermost thoughts and fears. It is in these moments of isolation that we often find clarity and strength, realizing that we are capable of overcoming the obstacles before us. But true peace comes from confronting our challenges, seeking God's guidance, and allowing his love to renew our spirit. Climbing the metaphorical mountains in our lives, we reach new heights of understanding and faith. Each step we take, guided by his love, brings us closer to the peace and fulfillment we seek. It is in the quiet whispers of our hearts, in the moments of stillness and reflection, that we hear his voice most clearly. Meditation and reflection open our hearts to his guidance, allowing us to connect deeply with his presence. In these serene moments, we find the answers we seek and the strength to move forward. Our journey to renewal is a personal one. Each step we take is unique, shaped by our experiences and our faith. As we walk our individual paths, we discover the profound beauty of our personal relationship with God. This journey is a testament to our resilience and our unwavering belief in his love. It is a journey inward, a pilgrimage to the depths of our souls where God's presence resides. In the quiet corners of our hearts, we find the divine connection that sustains us. This inward journey is a sacred exploration, revealing the profound depths of our faith and the boundless love of God. Let us embrace the silence, listen for his whispers, and allow his love to guide us through the storms of life and into the calm embrace of his grace. In the stillness, we find his voice, and in his voice we find the strength to weather any storm. His grace is the calm that follows the tempest, the peace that fills our hearts and renews our spirits. The drums of war echoed across the land, a foreboding sound that sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. King Ben-Hadad of Aram, a ruthless and ambitious ruler, was on the move, his eyes set on expanding his already vast empire. His target, Samaria, the capital of Israel, a city known for its strong fortifications and strategic importance. Ben-Hadad's army, a vast and fearsome force, marched with confidence, leaving a trail of fear and trembling in its wake. The soldiers, clad in armor, moved like a well-oiled machine. The shadow of war loomed large over the kingdom of Israel, casting a dark and ominous pall over the land. Samaria, perched on a hilltop, seemed impregnable. Its walls were high and its defenses strong, but Ben-Hadad was undeterred. He had conquered many cities, and Samaria would be no different. His past victories had made him overconfident. His pride, fueled by past victories, knew no bounds. He believed that no city could withstand his might. He was determined to crush Ahab, the king of Israel, and claim Samaria as his own. The confrontation between the two kings was inevitable. The fate of Israel hung in the balance as the two armies prepared for a battle that would decide the future of the region. Ben-Hadad sent messengers to Ahab. Their message was simple and brutal. "Surrender your silver and gold," they declared. "Your wives and children are mine." The king of Aram, drunk with power, offered no negotiation, no compromise. His demands were absolute. To defy him was to invite annihilation. Ahab, a man of peace, was taken aback by Ben-Hadad's arrogance. He had never seen such audacity. The demands were not just outrageous, but an insult to his kingdom and his God. He knew he had to respond, but how? Surrender was unthinkable, but could he risk the lives of his people in a hopeless war? Ahab summoned his elders, the wise men of his kingdom. They gathered in the palace, their faces etched with worry. The weight of Ben-Hadad's threat hung heavy in the air. Ahab laid bare the situation, his voice heavy with concern. "What shall we do?" he asked, his eyes searching their faces for answers. The elders, seasoned by experience, deliberated. Some argued for surrender. "Better to lose our possessions than our lives," they pleaded. Others, their voices trembling with fear, echoed their sentiment. But a few, their eyes burning with defiance, urged the king to stand firm. Ahab listened intently, his heart torn. He knew surrender would save lives, but at what cost? To bow to Ben-Hadad's demands was to admit defeat, to become a vassal in his own kingdom. Ahab, though a man of peace, was no coward. He would not let his people be humiliated, his God dishonored. "Tell Ben-Hadad," Ahab declared, his voice resonating with newfound resolve, "that I will not surrender to his demands." His words, though measured, carried the weight of defiance. The elders, surprised by their king's courage, nodded in agreement. Ahab had chosen the path of resistance, a path fraught with danger but paved with honor. Section 5. Words as weapons. Ben-Hadad, enraged by Ahab's defiance, sent back a chilling reply. His fury knew no bounds as he dictated his message. "May the dust of Samaria be too much for the people with me to carry away," he threatened. His words were not just a warning, but a promise of devastation. His words, laced with venom, painted a picture of utter destruction. The imagery was clear. Samaria would be reduced to rubble. He would not just conquer Samaria, he would obliterate it. The city would be left in ashes, a testament to his wrath. Ahab, unfazed by the threat, responded with a clever retort. His calm demeanor in the face of such hostility was remarkable. "Let him who puts on his armor not boast like him who takes it off," he declared. His words were a masterstroke, turning Ben-Hadad's arrogance against him. His words, a subtle jab at Ben-Hadad's arrogance, echoed through the halls of the palace. The message was clear. Confidence should be reserved for those who have proven their mettle. Ahab had refused to be intimidated. His resolve was unshakable, his spirit unyielding. He had met Ben-Hadad's threats with courage and wit. In the face of overwhelming odds, Ahab stood firm, a beacon of resilience and cleverness. Section 6. A Shepherd's Prophecy. As the shadow of war grew darker, a prophet approached Ahab. He was a humble shepherd, chosen by God to deliver a message of hope. "Do not be afraid," the prophet reassured Ahab, "for the Lord has promised you victory." His words, imbued with divine authority, pierced the veil of fear that had descended upon Samaria. The prophet's message was clear and unambiguous. God would fight for Israel. He would deliver them from the hand of Ben-Hadad. Ahab, his spirits lifted by the prophecy, felt a surge of hope. He clung to the prophet's words as a drowning man clings to a lifeline. Section 7. David versus Goliath. Ahab, emboldened by the prophet's words, rallied his troops with newfound courage and determination. They were outnumbered, outmatched, and outgunned, facing an enemy that seemed invincible. But they had something that Ben-Hadad's army lacked, an unshakable faith in the God of Israel, a faith that gave them strength. They knew that victory did not depend on the size of the army, but on the power of the God they served, a power that transcended mere numbers. The stage was set for a clash of titans, a battle that would be remembered for generations. It was a classic David versus Goliath scenario, where the odds were heavily stacked against the underdog. On one side stood Ben-Hadad, the arrogant king, confident in his superior numbers and military might. On the other side stood Ahab, the underdog king, armed not with numbers but with faith and a divine promise from God. The fate of Israel hung in the balance as both armies prepared for a confrontation that would determine their future. Section 8. Intoxicated by Pride. As the sun rose, casting long shadows across the battlefield, Ben-Hadad made a fatal mistake. Confident of victory, he ordered his officers to feast and celebrate. "Drink and be merry," he commanded, "for tomorrow we will plunder Samaria." His arrogance had blinded him to the danger that lurked ahead. Ben-Hadad's soldiers, following their leader's example, abandoned themselves to revelry. They ate and drank, sang and danced, oblivious to the impending doom. Their camp, once a symbol of strength and discipline, had transformed into a scene of drunken chaos. They had fallen into the trap of overconfidence. Section 9, the tables turn. Meanwhile, Ahab, following the prophet's instructions, prepared for battle. He divided his small army into 2 companies, one led by himself and the other by the governors of the provinces. They marched towards Ben-Hadad's camp, their steps light, their hearts filled with a quiet confidence. The sight that greeted them was astonishing. Ben-Hadad's army, drunk and disorderly, lay scattered across the camp. The element of surprise was complete. Ahab, seizing the opportunity, ordered his men to attack. The Israelites, their spirits soaring, fell upon the unsuspecting Arameans. Section 10. A warning unheeded. The battle was short and decisive. The Arameans, caught off guard, were no match for the fury of the Israelite attack. They fled in disarray, leaving behind a trail of dead and wounded. Ben-Hadad, his dreams of conquest shattered, barely escaped with his life. The victory belonged to Israel. The prophet, however, cautioned Ahab against complacency. "Do not rejoice in your victory," he warned, "for Ben-Hadad will return." His words, a sobering reminder that the war was far from over, fell on deaf ears. Ahab, caught up in the euphoria of victory, ignored the prophet's warning. Section 11. The final stand. A year later, Ben-Hadad, his wounds licked, his pride wounded, returned. This time, he was determined to avenge his humiliation. He had learned from his mistakes. He would not underestimate Ahab again. He would crush him and his God. The 2 armies clashed again, this time on a plain near Aphek. The battle raged for hours, a brutal dance of death and destruction, but the outcome was never in doubt. God was on the side of Israel. He fought for them, scattering the Aramean army like chaff before the wind. Section 12. Mercy and a stern reminder. Ben-Hadad, defeated and humiliated, was captured. He was brought before Ahab, his fate hanging in the balance. Ahab, moved by a strange sense of compassion, spared Ben-Hadad's life. He made a treaty with him, allowing him to return to his kingdom. The prophet, however, was furious. He confronted Ahab, his voice trembling with righteous anger. "Because you have let go out of your hand a man whom I appointed to utter destruction, therefore your life shall go for his life," he declared. Ahab's act of mercy, though well-intentioned, had incurred God's displeasure.
In the book of 1 Kings, we find a story about a king named Ahab. Ahab ruled over Israel, a land rich in history and culture, but he was not content with his vast kingdom. He wanted something that didn't belong to him. Ahab was a powerful king known for his wealth and influence. He had everything a king could desire, yet his heart yearned for more. His eyes fell upon a particular piece of land that captivated his imagination. This land was a beautiful vineyard, lush and green, filled with ripe grapes. It was a place of tranquility and beauty, a stark contrast to the bustling life of the palace. The vineyard belonged to a man named Naboth, a humble and righteous man who cherished his land deeply. Naboth's vineyard was not just a piece of land, it was an inheritance from his ancestors. It held sentimental value and represented his family's legacy. Naboth tended to his vineyard with love and care, ensuring it thrived year after year. Ahab, seeing the vineyard's beauty and potential, desired it for himself. He envisioned turning it into a royal garden, a place where he could relax and enjoy the fruits of the land. His desire grew stronger each day and he decided to take action. One day, Ahab approached Naboth with an offer. He proposed to buy the vineyard, offering a generous price. Ahab even suggested that Naboth could choose another better vineyard in exchange. He believed that his wealth and power could easily sway Naboth, but Naboth was a man of principle. He valued his heritage and the land that had been passed down through generations. He refused the king's offer, stating that the vineyard was not for sale. It was a sacred inheritance and he could not part with it. Ahab was taken aback by Naboth's refusal. He was not accustomed to being denied, especially by a common man. His desire for the vineyard turned into an obsession. He could not understand why Naboth would reject such a lucrative offer. The king's frustration grew and he became determined to acquire the vineyard by any means necessary. His mind raced with thoughts of how he could convince Naboth or find a way to take the land without his consent. Despite Ahab's persistence, Naboth stood firm. He reiterated that the vineyard was a precious inheritance and he would not sell it for any price. His steadfastness only fueled Ahab's anger and determination. Naboth's refusal was not just about the land, it was about honoring his ancestors and preserving their legacy. He believed that some things were more valuable than wealth and power. His conviction was unwavering. Ahab, on the other hand, was used to getting what he wanted. As a king, he wielded immense power and influence. He was not accustomed to being denied, and Naboth's refusal was a blow to his ego. The king's anger and frustration grew with each passing day. He could not understand why Naboth would not sell the vineyard, and his obsession with the land consumed him. He was determined to find a way to make it his own. Ahab's desire for the vineyard became a symbol of his struggle for control and power. He was the king, after all, and he believed that nothing should be beyond his reach. His determination to acquire the vineyard only grew stronger. Ahab returned to his palace, sulking and upset. He refused to eat and turned his face to the wall, consumed by his desire for the vineyard. His obsession with the land had taken over his thoughts and actions. The king's desire for Naboth's vineyard was more than just a longing for land. It was a reflection of his insatiable need for control and power. Ahab's story serves as a reminder of the dangers of unchecked desire, and the lengths to which one might go to satisfy it. Ahab's wife Jezebel noticed her husband's distress. She was a woman of great power and influence, known for her ruthless nature and unwavering determination. Seeing her husband in such a state of despair was unusual, and it piqued her curiosity. She asked him what was wrong, her voice filled with concern, but also a hint of impatience. Jezebel was not one to tolerate weakness, even in her husband. Ahab, looking dejected, explained to her about Naboth's refusal to sell his vineyard. He had offered Naboth a fair price, even a better vineyard in exchange, but Naboth had steadfastly refused. This refusal was not just a personal affront to Ahab, it was a challenge to his authority as king. He acted as if he were the one being wronged, his frustration evident in his every word and gesture. Ahab felt humiliated and powerless, emotions that were foreign and deeply unsettling to him. Jezebel, on the other hand, was a powerful and ruthless woman. She was not accustomed to being denied anything she desired, and she certainly did not believe that anyone had the right to refuse the king. She couldn't believe that someone would dare to refuse the king. To her, Naboth's refusal was not just an act of defiance, it was an insult to the throne itself. She told Ahab not to worry, her voice calm and reassuring. Jezebel had a plan, and she was confident that she could turn the situation to their advantage. She would get him the vineyard, she promised. Her eyes gleamed with determination, and Ahab knew better than to doubt her resolve. Jezebel devised a wicked plan. She was not one to shy away from deceit and manipulation if it meant achieving her goals. Her mind worked quickly, formulating a scheme that would ensure Naboth's downfall. She used the king's seal to write letters to the elders and nobles of the city. These letters carried the weight of royal authority, and Jezebel knew they would not be ignored. She told them to proclaim a fast and to falsely accuse Naboth of blasphemy against God and the king. This accusation was serious, and Jezebel knew it would lead to Naboth's execution. Her plan was cruel and calculated, designed to remove Naboth and secure the vineyard for Ahab. The elders and nobles, bound by their loyalty to the crown and perhaps fearing Jezebel's wrath, followed her instructions to the letter. They proclaimed a fast, a solemn and public event that would draw the attention of the entire city. Naboth was brought before the assembly, accused of crimes he did not commit. The false witnesses planted by Jezebel testified against him, and the verdict was swift and merciless. Naboth was sentenced to death, and his execution was carried out without delay. The vineyard, now stripped of its rightful owner, was free for Ahab to claim. Jezebel's plan had succeeded. Ahab got his vineyard, but at a terrible moral cost. The ruthless queen had shown once again that she would stop at nothing to achieve her ends, leaving a trail of injustice and sorrow in her wake. The elders and nobles, afraid of Jezebel, did as they were told. They held a public trial. They brought two wicked men to falsely accuse Naboth. These men lied and said Naboth had cursed God. Naboth had no chance to defend himself. The people, believing the lies, dragged Naboth outside the city and stoned him to death. With Naboth dead, Ahab took possession of the vineyard. He thought he had gotten away with his greed, but God saw everything. God sent the prophet Elijah to confront Ahab. Elijah found Ahab in the vineyard, admiring his new possession. Elijah's words were harsh. He told Ahab that because of his wickedness, dogs would lick up his blood in the very place where Naboth's blood had been spilled. Ahab was horrified. He realized the gravity of his sin. He tore his clothes, put on sackcloth, and fasted. He humbled himself before the Lord. God saw Ahab's repentance. He promised to postpone the punishment he had pronounced on Ahab's house, but the consequences of Ahab and Jezebel's actions would still be felt. The story of Naboth's vineyard is a tragic tale of power abused and greed unchecked. Ahab, blinded by his desire, failed to see the injustice of his actions. He allowed his greed to lead him down a path of sin and destruction. Jezebel, manipulative and cruel, used her power to orchestrate a man's downfall. She showed no regard for justice or the sanctity of human life. Section 6. The Weight of Power. This story reminds us that power, when not tempered by righteousness and justice, can be a dangerous tool. Those in positions of authority have a responsibility to use their power for good, to protect the weak and uphold what is right. Greed, like a consuming fire, can destroy everything in its path. Ahab's desire for a vineyard led to murder and injustice. It brought God's judgment upon himself and his family. The things we desire can become idols in our hearts, leading us away from God's will. Section 7. Greed's Grip. In contrast to Ahab and Jezebel, Naboth stands as a beacon of integrity. He refused to compromise his principles even when threatened by the king. He understood that some things are more valuable than material possessions. Naboth's vineyard represented his family's heritage, a gift passed down through generations. To him, it was more than just a piece of land. It was a symbol of his family's history and connection to the land. Naboth's courage in the face of adversity is a testament to his character. Section 8. Integrity's Stand. The story of Naboth's vineyard is still relevant today. We see the same themes of power, greed, and integrity playing out in our world. We see leaders abusing their power for personal gain, corporations exploiting others for profit, and individuals compromising their values for material wealth. But we also see examples of courage and integrity. Section 9. Lessons for today. In this chapter we delve into the timeless lessons that history offers us, lessons that are as relevant today as they were centuries ago. The story of Naboth reminds us that true leadership is not about wielding power, but about serving others. Naboth's vineyard was coveted by King Ahab, but Naboth stood firm in his principles, refusing to give up his ancestral land. This act of integrity cost him his life, but it left a lasting legacy. True leaders are those who prioritize the well-being of their people over their own desires. It's about using our influence to make the world a better place. Whether it's through volunteering at a local charity, participating in community service, or simply helping a neighbor in need, every act of kindness contributes to a better society. Our actions, no matter how small, can have a ripple effect, inspiring others to do the same. Integrity means standing up for what is right, even when it's difficult. It means having the courage to speak out against injustice, to defend those who cannot defend themselves, and to uphold the truth, even when it is unpopular. In today's world, where misinformation and deceit are rampant, integrity is more important than ever. It means being honest and trustworthy in all our dealings. In business, in personal relationships, and in our interactions with strangers, honesty builds trust and respect. When we are known for our integrity, people are more likely to trust us, to seek our advice, and to follow our lead. This trust is the foundation of strong, healthy communities. Let us learn from the mistakes of Ahab and Jezebel. Their story is a cautionary tale of what happens when power is abused and integrity is forsaken. Their actions led to their downfall and brought suffering to their people. By reflecting on their mistakes, we can avoid making the same errors and strive to be better leaders and individuals. Let us strive to live lives of integrity, using our power and influence for good. Whether we are leaders in our communities, mentors to the younger generation, or simply individuals trying to make a difference, our actions matter. By living with integrity, we set an example for others to follow and create a positive impact on the world around us. And let us remember that true wealth is not measured by possessions, but by the content of our character. In the end, it is not the material things we accumulate that define us, but the values we uphold and the legacy we leave behind. By living with integrity, compassion, and a commitment to serving others, we can create a lasting impact that transcends time. Once upon a time, there were two kings, Ahab and Jehoshaphat. These two rulers governed neighboring kingdoms in the ancient lands of Israel and Judah. Despite their differences, they often found themselves in situations where they needed to collaborate for the greater good of their people. Ahab ruled over Israel, a land known for its rich history and turbulent times. Jehoshaphat, on the other hand, ruled over Judah, a kingdom that prided itself on its traditions and faith. Both kings were powerful in their own right, but they knew that unity could bring even greater strength. They were considering joining forces for a battle to capture a city called Ramoth-Gilead. This city was of strategic importance, and controlling it would mean significant advantages for their kingdoms. The decision to go to war was not taken lightly, and both kings knew the risks involved. Before going to war, King Jehoshaphat wanted to seek guidance from God. He believed that divine counsel was essential for making such a critical decision. Jehoshaphat was known for his piety and his commitment to following the ways of the Lord.
Shouldn't we ask a prophet what the Lord thinks about this battle? Jehoshaphat's question was not just a formality. It was a genuine plea for divine insight. He wanted to ensure that their actions were in alignment with God's will.
Ahab agreed, but he only wanted to hear from prophets who would tell him what he wanted to hear. Ahab's court was filled with prophets who were more concerned with pleasing the king than with delivering true divine messages. This created a dangerous echo chamber where only favorable opinions were voiced. These prophets assured Ahab that victory was certain, but their words were not based on genuine divine revelation. They were more interested in maintaining their positions and favor with the king than in speaking the truth. This situation posed a significant dilemma for Jehoshaphat, who was seeking honest and divine guidance. Jehoshaphat, sensing the lack of sincerity in Ahab's prophets, insisted on consulting a true prophet of the Lord. He wanted to hear from someone who would not be swayed by the king's desires, but would speak the truth as revealed by God. This insistence highlighted the stark contrast between the two kings' approaches to leadership and faith. Eventually they summoned Micaiah, a prophet known for his unwavering honesty and commitment to delivering God's messages, regardless of the consequences. Micaiah's reputation preceded him, and both kings knew that his words would be the true test of their plans. When Micaiah arrived, he did not shy away from speaking the truth. He warned the kings of the dangers ahead and the potential for disaster if they proceeded with their plans. His message was clear and unambiguous, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Ahab was displeased with Micaiah's prophecy, as it did not align with his desires. He was used to hearing only what he wanted to hear, and found Micaiah's honesty unsettling. Jehoshaphat, however, took the warning seriously, recognizing the value of true divine guidance. The two kings faced a critical decision. Would they heed the prophet's warning and reconsider their plans, or would they proceed with the battle, risking the consequences foretold by Micaiah? Their choice would not only determine the outcome of the battle, but also reveal their true characters and their commitment to seeking and following divine guidance. Ahab called upon his prophets. Over 400 of them stood before the two kings. They shouted with one voice,
"Go to war. God will give you victory."
These prophets were filled with false hope. They told Ahab what he wanted to hear, not the truth from God. Jehoshaphat, however, wasn't convinced.
Isn't there another prophet of the Lord we can ask?
Ahab reluctantly agreed to call for Micaiah, a prophet known for speaking God's truth, even when it was difficult. Micaiah was not a man who would bend his words to please the powerful. He was known throughout the land for his unwavering commitment to the truth, no matter the consequences. This reputation made him both respected and feared. Ahab, the king, was no stranger to Micaiah's blunt prophecies. He knew that calling Micaiah could mean hearing something he didn't want to hear, but the situation demanded it. Micaiah, deep in prayer, sought guidance from the Lord. He knew that his words could change the course of history, and he did not take this responsibility lightly. The weight of his duty pressed heavily upon him, but his faith was his anchor. He rose from his place of prayer, his heart steeled for the task ahead. Micaiah arrived at the king's court, his presence commanding attention. The courtiers whispered among themselves, aware of the prophet's reputation. Ahab, seated on his throne, looked at Micaiah with a mix of apprehension and curiosity. He asked him,
Should we go to war against Ramoth-Gilead or should we not? The question hung in the air, heavy with the potential for conflict and bloodshed.
Micaiah, with a knowing look, sarcastically responded, "Go up and be successful, for the Lord will give it into the hand of the king." His tone was laced with irony, a subtle challenge to the king's expectations.
Go up and be successful, for the Lord will give it into the hand of the king. The words seemed to promise victory, but the delivery suggested otherwise.
But Ahab sensed the sarcasm. He knew Micaiah wasn't speaking from his heart. He pressed him further, his voice tinged with frustration and desperation. The king needed the truth, not a veiled jest. He knew Micaiah wasn't speaking from his heart. He pressed him, "Micaiah, tell me the truth in the name of the Lord." The court fell silent, all eyes on the prophet. The tension was palpable, the air thick with anticipation.
Micaiah, tell me the truth in the name of the Lord. Micaiah took a deep breath, his eyes meeting the king's. He knew that speaking the truth could cost him dearly, but his commitment to God was unwavering. He began to speak, his voice steady and clear, ready to deliver the message that had been placed upon his heart.
Micaiah then shared a powerful vision. He saw God on his throne, surrounded by the heavenly host. God asked,
Who will entice Ahab to go into battle and be killed?
A lying spirit stepped forward and said,
I will go and be a deceiving spirit in the mouths of all his prophets.
God granted permission. Micaiah's vision revealed that Ahab was being led astray by false prophets inspired by a deceiving spirit.
How dare you speak against me, Micaiah? Guards, take him away.
Ahab, enraged by Micaiah's words, chose to believe the lies of his prophets. Despite the clear and stern warning from Micaiah, Ahab's heart was hardened. He was a king who had surrounded himself with advisors who only told him what he wanted to hear. These false prophets, eager to please the king, assured him of victory and success. They painted a picture of triumph that Ahab desperately wanted to believe. The truth, however, was far from what Ahab's prophets proclaimed.
Mark my words, O king. If you return safely, the Lord has not spoken through me. Micaiah's voice was unwavering, filled with the conviction of a man who knew he was speaking the truth. He stood alone against the tide of falsehood, a solitary beacon of honesty in a court filled with deceit. His words were not just a warning, they were a prophecy, a declaration of the divine will that Ahab chose to ignore.
He ignored the clear warning from God and threw Micaiah in prison. Ahab's decision to imprison Micaiah was not just an act of defiance against the prophet, but a direct challenge to the divine message he carried. The dungeon where Micaiah was thrown was dark and cold, a stark contrast to the warmth and light of the truth he spoke. Yet, even in chains, Micaiah's spirit remained unbroken, his faith unwavering.
I will not be swayed by your doom and gloom, Micaiah. Victory will be ours. Ahab's voice echoed through the halls of his palace, filled with a mix of anger and desperation. He clung to the promises of his false prophets, refusing to accept the grim reality that Micaiah had laid before him. His pride and arrogance blinded him to the truth, leading him down a path of inevitable destruction.
Ahab believed what he wanted to believe, not the truth. In his royal attire, surrounded by the opulence of his palace, Ahab appeared every bit the powerful king. Yet beneath the surface, he was a man consumed by his own delusions. He chose to listen to the voices that told him what he wanted to hear, rather than the one voice that spoke the truth. This choice would prove to be his undoing. He was blinded by his desire for victory. Ahab's desire for victory was so strong that it clouded his judgment. He planned his strategies with a single-minded focus, ignoring the warnings and signs that pointed to his impending doom. As he looked out over the battlefield, he saw only the glory of a victory that would never come. His fatal decision to ignore the truth led him to a tragic end, a stark reminder of the dangers of pride and arrogance. Section 6. The Battlefield's Grim Prophecy. Ahab and Jehoshaphat went to war. Ahab tried to disguise himself on the battlefield, thinking he could escape the prophecy. However, a random arrow shot by an enemy soldier struck Ahab through a gap in his armor. As the sun began to set, Ahab died, his chariot stained with blood. The prophecy of Micaiah had come true. Section 7. The Price of Ignoring Truth. Ahab's story teaches us a vital lesson. Ignoring God's warnings can have dire consequences. Ahab's desire to conquer Ramoth-Gilead blinded him to the truth. He chose to listen to the voices that promised him success, even though they were not from God. Section 8. Seeking wise counsel in our lives. In our own lives, we also face important decisions. It's crucial to seek wise counsel, just like Jehoshaphat did. But more importantly, we need to discern whose voice we're truly listening to. Are we surrounding ourselves with people who tell us what we want to hear, or are we seeking the honest truth even if it's difficult to hear? Section 9. Listening to God's voice today. God still speaks today just as he spoke through Micaiah. He speaks through his word, through prayer, and through wise counsel. Are we listening? Let's choose to be like Jehoshaphat, seeking God's will and heeding his warnings. Let's open our hearts to his truth even when it's hard.